Good evening. We're ready to begin. This Planning Commission meeting is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV, Cable Channel 2. Please note customers of CenturyLink and Cox Communications can view this program in high definition on channel 1002. You can also watch this meeting live on Apple TV, Roku, and Amazon Fire TV on the Go Vegas app. The Planning Commission meeting, as well as other KCLV programming, can be viewed on the internet at www.kclv.tv/live. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV and the web the Saturday of the meeting at 10 a.m., Monday at midnight, and the following Tuesday at 6 p.m. Would everyone stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Certainly. Chair Cherry?
Present.
Vice Chair Quinn? Excused. Commissioner Schlottman?
Present.
Commissioner Toussaint? Present. Commissioner DeSalvio?
Present.
Commissioner Roush?
Present.
Commissioner Williams? Present. Thank you.
Thank you. I call your attention to the information printed in your agenda concerning our actions in the appeal and review process, if appropriate. Please read this carefully, and if you have any questions, staff is available. Also, the second page of the agenda contains our rules of conduct. I believe there's some agendas on each side of the podium here. We appreciate you adhering to these rules so we can have a smooth meeting. Item number 4, public comment. During this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium, give your name for the record. The amount of discussion, as well as the amount of any time a single speaker is allowed, may be limited. All comments made under this specific action items will be cross-referenced to those items on the agenda. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? Seeing no one, we will move on to item number 5. For possible action to approve the final minutes for the Planning Commission meeting of August 14, 2008. Is there a motion to approve the minutes for the Planning Commission meeting of August 14, 2008?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion to approve the minutes of the Planning Commission meeting for August 14, 2018.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes.
Commissioner, you can just orally say yes to the clerk. Yes.
So it's noted with Commissioner Williams saying yes on the motion, and that motion carries. Item number 6 for possible action. These are the housekeeping items. Are there any items that the commissioner, staff, applicants, or members of the public would like to pull forward for action? Does anyone wish to speak any of these items? If yes, note and allow discussion to determine if they should stay under housekeeping or be heard as scheduled. Any items? Commissioner DeSalvio?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Would ask that items number 12 and 13 be held in abeyance to the next scheduled Planning Commission meeting.
Items number 12 and 13 to the October 9th Planning Commission meeting?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
As you know, the City Council recently passed a provision which indicated that the Planning Commission can only hold items for 30 days. Commissioner DeSalvo, can you state if that's at the applicant's request or at your request?
It's at my request due to the fact that we're still negotiations for cleaning it up.
Okay, great. And again, Chairman, that'll have to be heard at the next meeting.
Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is requesting abeyance for item 11 to the October 9th Planning Commission meeting. This is the first request for the abeyance. The applicant is requesting an abeyance for item 26 to the October 9th Planning Commission meeting. This is the second request for abeyance. The applicant is requesting an abeyance for items 27 and 28 to the October 9th Planning Commission meeting. The abeyance is needed in order to renotice the variance due to proposed revisions by the applicant. And this is the third request for these items. The applicant is requesting to withdraw item 29 without prejudice. For this item, the special use permit is no longer needed due to revisions made to the project for the height. The applicant is requesting an abeyance for items 31 and 32 to the October 9th Planning Commission meeting as they are working with council offices to resolve outstanding issues. This is the fourth request for these items. The applicant is requesting an abeyance for item 33 to the October 9th Planning Commission meeting. This is the third request for abeyance. The applicant is requesting to withdraw items 34 and 35 without prejudice. The applicant is requesting an abeyance for items 51 and 52 to the October 9th Planning Commission meeting. This is the first request for these items. And finally, the applicant is requesting an abeyance for item 53 to the October 9th Planning Commission meeting. This is the first request for that item.
Thank you. Were there any members of the public that wanted to come up and make any requests on the abeyance portion? Get your name and address for the record, please.
Robert Hasman, 628 Sherwood Valley Drive. I'd like to request an abeyance for number 38, for 30 days.
Item 38?
38, yes.
Okay, and reason for request?
Just some outstanding issues.
Okay. And this was an abeyance item previously, I think at the request of the commission last time, if I remember correctly?
That's correct.
Right, okay. Okay, thank you. Could you name and address for the record, please?
Mike Brown, Sestero, 1411 South 9th Street. If I could get, please, staff to repeat item 33, and I'm sorry, we're having some audio problems in the back. I think they're already addressing them, but item 33, is that the third request for an abeyance?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, that is the third request for item 33.
In that case, Mr. Chairman, I'd ask that the item be heard today. I think 3 requests or 3 delays is a little out, kind of out there. They've had their opportunity, so I'd like to have it heard tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Anyone else from the public like to be heard? Is the applicant for item number 33 here tonight? Not here tonight. Okay. I see someone coming up. Name and address, please.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Nathan Taylor, 8414 West Farm Road, representing this applicant. We did plan to have this heard tonight, but because of an emergency, my client could not be here. We're asking to hold it. This will be the last hold request.
Okay.
Thank you.
Item 33. Thank you. Okay, so we have added on to the housekeeping items, item number 38, item number 12, and item number 13 to the October 9th. Can we get a motion on the housekeeping items?
Chair.
Excuse me.
Commissioner Rauch?
Apologies. I just wanted to ask the chair and possibly Commissioner DeSalvio, why are we, I apologize, why are we obeying, again, for the fourth time, items 31 and 32? Fourth abeyance is a very serious crime in my book.
Commissioner DeSalvio, do you want to answer on that?
We're still working out some final details with that dealership right there. I mean, it's not an easy task what we're going through, so if you would just, bear with us. We are working on it. I think this should be the last one, to be honest with you. It's pretty close to being finalized on the landscape issue. Just a lot of issues that we're trying to tighten up for that area.
I understand completely, and maybe you can talk with the applicant about if it goes much further, maybe they can table it or resubmit or something at some point. Thank you.
Okay, and just to note that that was the applicant's request, even though Commissioner DeSalvio weighed in on it, just so it's known that it isn't part of the city council mandate for the 30 days. Okay, is there a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion for the housekeeping items. I'd like to request that the following items be held in abeyance to the October 9th, 2018 Planning Commission hearing. That is items 11, 12, 13, 26, 27, 28, 31, 32, 33, 38, 51, 52, 53. And also noting that the applicant request for item number 29 to be withdrawn without prejudice, and 34 and 35, the applicant requests those items to be withdrawn without prejudice. It's items 34 and 35. The applicant's requesting to have those items withdrawn without prejudice.
All right, there's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote.
Mr. Chairman, before you vote, item number 38 involves marijuana. I know in the past you've abstained from those items. You're able to vote on the abeyance if you'd like. If
Okay.
you'd like to stay out of it completely, you're welcome to do that as well.
I will abstain from that portion. Thank you. There's a motion on the floor.
I'll make a disclosure that I've worked on multiple medical marijuana establishments, cultivation facilities, and also testing facilities. However, it's not going to affect my judgment one way or another. Thank
You're
you.
okay, Commissioner.
Okay, motion is on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries. And part of the possible action there was any items that were to be pulled forward. And we did have requests for 67 and 38, 67 and 37, which we'll bring forward on the public hearing portion of the agenda. Moving on to the consent items. Consent items are considered routine by the Planning Commission and may be enacted by one motion. However, any item may be discussed if a commission member or applicant so desires. I will make a disclosure on item number 9. I am working on a project within the notification area. I don't feel my judgment will be impacted in any way. I will be voting on the item. Vice Chair.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, just want to make a disclosure on item number 9 as well, that I did some preliminary investigation on that building a couple of years back. I've been paid for it, but considering that I've done work on that building, I will be abstaining on that particular item.
Okay.
Ready for a
And
motion?
I need to make a disclosure that I own property a block away, and so I am not going to abstain, though I don't feel that the extension of time will affect my judgment either way.
All
Thank
right.
you.
It's a hot neighborhood.
I'd like to make a disclosure that I also own a bar within the neighborhood, so I'll be disclosing and abstaining on that particular item.
All right. All right, let's entertain a motion on the consent items, please.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on items 7 through 10, I move to approve, subject to staff's conditions.
All right, there's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. And that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, items 7, 8, and 9 are final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days. Item 10 is final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 7 days.
Thank you. Moving on to the one motion, one vote. The following are items that may be considered in one motion, one vote that are considered routine, non-public, and public hearing items. All public hearings and non-public hearings will be opened at one time. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the Planning Commission not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this part of the agenda. I'll quickly turn it over to staff.
Mr. Chairman, item 20 should be moved to the public hearing portion of the agenda as the applicant consent form has not been completed and returned by the applicant. And there are also a couple of minor corrections for the following items. Items 15 through 18 were notified as APN 13934513003, which is the city-owned garage at the Neonopolis site. The correct APN should be 13934513002, which is the actual Neonopolis building itself located on top of the garage. The building and garage share the same address, and the location map are correct for both of those items. The second one is backup materials for item 23, VAC 74072, were incorrectly labeled as VAC 74079. Only the label is incorrect. The correct materials are confirmed as attached to the agenda, so it's just the label that is incorrect on that.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and read them in, and when we get to 25, I'll need Public Works to comment. Item number 12, WVR 74211, applicant DF Durango LLC, owner Hancock Property LLC, for possible action or request for waiver to allow a reader board where such as, this was pulled, 12 and 13 were pulled. I apologize. Number 14, VAR 74098, applicant owner Nevada Power Company, for possible action or request for variance to allow a 9-foot tall metal screening fence where an 8-foot tall screen is required at 2500 Highland Drive, Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Item number 15, SUP 74075, applicant Cat's Meow, owner FAEC Holdings, Warilla LLC, for possible action on a request for special use permit for proposed 10,407 square foot tavern limited establishment, use at 450 Fremont Street, Suite 201, Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Related item, SUP 74076, for possible action request for a special use permit for proposed 10,407 square foot nightclub use, with waivers to allow 1,220-foot distance separation from a church, house of worship, and a 1,340-foot distance separation from a school, where 1,500 feet is required. Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Related item 17, SUP 74077, applicant ODS, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for proposed 6,463 square foot tavern limited establishment at 450 Fremont Street, Suite 220, Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Related item 18, SUP 74078, for possible action and request for a special use permit for proposed 6,463 square foot nightclub use, with waivers to allow 1,220-foot distance separation from a church, house of worship, and a 1,340 distance separation from a school where 1,500 feet is required. Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Item number 19, SUP 74030, applicant owner Dennis Matthew Lay and Rochelle Inn, for possible action on a request for special use permit for a proposed 452 square foot accessory structure, Class 1 casita use at 2601 Colinth Avenue, Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Item number 21, SUP 74079, applicant D. Mollis, owner Farm and Durango Investors LLC, for possible action on request for a special use permit for proposed beer wine cooler on sale establishment use at 8431 Farm Road, Suite 130. Staff recommends approval. Item number 22, SUP, applicant Vintage Vegas Gaming, Inc., owner Vintage Vegas Gaming, Inc. et al., for possible action request for special use permit for nightclub use with a waiver to allow a 1,150-foot distance separation from a church where 1,500 feet is required at 100 to 128 Fremont Street, Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Item number 23, VAC 74072, applicant KB Home Nevada, Inc., owner Howard Hughes Company, LLC, for possible action request for petition to vacate a 20-foot wide public sewer easement located at the southeast corner of Alta Drive and Crossbridge Drive, Ward 2. Staff recommends approval. Related item number 24, TMP 74073, for possible action on request for a tentative map for proposed 243-lot single-family residential subdivision, Ward 2. Staff recommends approval. And finally, item number 25, TMP 74044, applicant owner Howard Hughes Company, LLC, for possible action on request for tentative map for a 4-pod planned community village at the northwest corner of Alta Drive and Sky Vista Drive, Ward 2. Staff recommends approval. And on item number 25, I'll turn it over to Public Works.
Sure, Mr. Chairman, through you, we'd like to delete condition number 11 of item 25, as this site will not be within a special improvement district.
Okay, is the applicant here tonight? If you could give us your name and address for the record, and if you agree, please, with the condition change.
Julie Cleaver, Howard Hughes, 10801 West Charleston Boulevard. We're in agreement. We're requesting to delete condition 11 as it doesn't pertain to this site.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and that wraps up the one motion, one vote portion. Can we get a motion on that? What's that? Oh, did I not open up public? Oh, this was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on these items? Seeing no one, will close the public hearing, and we'll entertain a motion.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on item number 20, I'd just like to make a disclosure that I've built several medical marijuana facilities.
Item 20 is pulled to the public hearing portion.
Okay, I'll save that disclosure till later. Mr. Chairman, on the one motion, one vote items 14 through 19, 21 through 25, I move to approve, subject to staff's conditions, noting the deleted condition number 11 on item number 25.
So motion on the floor, please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, items 14 through 18 and 21 through 23 are final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days. Items 24 and 25 are final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 7 days. And finally, item 19 will move forward to the city council and be heard at their meeting on October 17th.
All right, moving on to item number 20. To start off, I will have to abstain on this item. My family's in the medical marijuana recreational business.
Thank you. Moving on to item 20, SUP 74065, applicant owner MMOF Re Fremont LLC, for possible action on a request for a major amendment to a previously approved special use permit SUP 55282 to allow a 1,936 square foot expansion of an existing 1,900 square foot marijuana dispensary at 823 South 3rd Street, Ward 3, Coffin. Staff recommends approval. I'll just make the same disclosure I made previously, that I've built several medical marijuana dispensaries, cultivation facilities, and testing laboratories. However, my independence of judgment will not be compromised on this, so I'll be voting on this tonight. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Vice Chairman, through you, the applicant is requesting approval of an expansion of an existing marijuana dispensary use that meets all requirements of Title 19. Staff is recommending approval as the expansion of the use is compatible with the surrounding adjacent uses. Please note that there are additional letters of protest and support since publication.
Thank you. Applicant.
Good evening. Lucy Stewart, 1930 Village Center Circle, representing MedMen, who runs this dispensary. And I do apologize. They actually, I thought they sent the signing the one motion, one vote. They agree to all the conditions. All this is the when the dispensary was first approved, they used half the building, I think, as a yoga studio and the other half as the dispensary, and now they just want to expand within the walls of the existing building. And I believe they're raising the ceiling inside just to make it so it's not so claustrophobic. So with that, we do accept all the conditions.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward, state your name and address for the record. Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and turn this over to Planning Commission for discussion and possible action. Seeing none, can I get a motion?
Motion to approve item number 20, SUP 74065.
Motion's on the floor for approval. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Vice Chair, that item will go forward to City Council and be heard at the October 17th City Council meeting.
All right, moving on to the item we brought forward, 37. Is the applicant here for 37? Okay. Number 37, I will make the same disclosure. It is a marijuana dispensary use. My family's in the cannabis business, so I won't be voting on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On item number 37, abeyance SUP 73811, applicant Shalise Farms, owner Polinsky Properties 1 LTD. You can correct me on my pronunciation of that here in a moment. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for 4,800 square foot marijuana dispensary use at 9140 West Sahara Avenue, Ward 2, Soroka. Staff recommends approval. I'll make the same disclosure that I made before. I built a couple of cultivation facilities and a couple of dispensaries and a testing laboratory, but my independence of judgment won't be affected, so therefore I'll be voting on this matter. Can we have the staff report, please?
Mr. Vice Chairman, through you, the applicant is requesting approval of a special use permit for a marijuana dispensary that meets all Title 19 requirements. The dispensary would be located within a larger shopping center containing a variety of other similar retail uses. Staff is recommending approval as the use is compatible with the surrounding adjacent uses.
Thank you. Good evening, sir. Can we get your name and address for the record?
Yeah, evening. Ben Almond, 8725 Southwest Schmidt Loop. I am the representative for Chalice Farms. Ultimately, nothing has changed on this proposal other than the last time the request was that we submit the updated floor plan into the file, which we did do, and have a community meeting, which we have also done since. And I do know that several of the folks that showed up to that are here in the audience this evening.
Perfect. All right, this was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. And if we can get your name and address for the record, sir.
Not a problem. My name's Anthony Ruggiero. My address is 2801 Whispering Wind Drive, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89117.
Thank you.
To begin, the neighborhood meeting that was held last night had 4 persons show up. There's a significant concern with respect to the notification that went out regarding this special use permit, understanding that there's a radius which the city requires and that it's been complied with. The fact of the matter remains is that the majority of the edifices, buildings, whatever, within that radius are commercial and they're apartments. I barely received notice of this in my residential unit, and I know that the only other person on my block that received notice was my next door neighbor. So that's where the radius ended. I would be much more comfortable and wouldn't be here in opposition if the council person or the commissioner had asked or requested from planning to increase the radius and get more of the homeowners involved. The fact of the matter remains, if I were to go onto the planning website and I was to look at how many residential units within this community were noticed, I think it would be glaringly deficient of homes, residential homes. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, this is a special use permit. And while I understand what planning's saying that, you know, it's compatible and harmonious with the surrounding uses, I beg to differ. I don't think that a marijuana dispensary in this community is harmonious. Let me explain. There were a few years ago, and I think it may even still be on the tablet, but the fact of the matter is they wanted to make this a walkable community. They wanted to have Canyon Gate, the lakes, Piccoli Ranch, and Queens Ridge be able to walk to the movie theater that's located in the Piccoli Ranch Commercial Center. All the restaurants that are located up and down Sahara and even along Charleston. That hasn't happened, and I don't think it will happen, but if you're going to tell me that this is a walkable community and I'm going to be bringing my children to the movie theaters or to the restaurants within this radius, then I have a problem with you saying that a marijuana facility or a marijuana dispensary is a harmonious use. I don't think that there's a person in this room that doesn't realize what comes along with a marijuana dispensary. The arguments about odor and security, they're valid. There's going to be a security concern. There's going to be...
Sir, and all that will be addressed with business licensing and the Building and Safety Department. We're here on a plan to, just strictly planning, and you made some really valid comments about the walkability and so on and so forth, but we're starting to get off subject when we start talking about odors and everything else, because that's not what we actually look over from the plan.
And Commissioner Slotman, I really appreciate what you're saying, but by the same token, the odor is going to be a significant issue if I'm going to walk my family around that area.
I understand.
For harmonious use.
I'm not going to argue this with you right now, but they're not allowed to have odors, and if they do, they're not in compliance with the building code, and then they'll have to comply. So I don't want to debate that.
Okay, that's fine. The other issues that are going to be occurring are, obviously, there's going to be additional traffic. There's going to be, there already is a panhandling problem. There's already a homelessness problem. There's already a vagrancy problem. I don't drive my car across the intersection of Sahara and Fort Apache or Charleston and Rampart without someone approaching my car at every corner. And I think it's only going to get worse. I think there's significant issues with respect to the quality of life that's going to be diminished if this SUP gets approved. You're going to have issues of trash. You're going to have issues of graffiti. You're going to have issues of persons panhandling to buy their product. And I can't walk into the Albertsons at Fort Apache and Sahara, and I can't walk into the Smiths up by Hualapai and Charleston without being approached.
And I hate to cut you off, but we do have a time limit, and I didn't put a time limit on you. And I think we've gone on about 4 or 5 minutes so far. Usually we only give about 2. So if you can wrap up any final comments.
And I appreciate that,
Yes.
Commissioner Schlotman, and I think there's 4 other persons in the audience. If
Okay, if they want to come up here, we
if
have
they want
3
to yield their
mics.
time to me, I think they would do so.
If somebody else wants to come up and talk, that's fine. We have 3 microphones. I'm putting on a 2-minute limit like we typically do on typical plan commission hearings. So, but I have to ask you to go ahead and wrap it up.
Okay. Well, there's also the issue of quality of life, and Councilman Soroka, when he campaigned to become the councilman for Ward 2, he said he was going to maintain our community. He said he cared about the health, safety, and welfare of our community. And if Councilman Soroka does care about the health, safety, and welfare of our community, as he said in his campaign literature and his campaign promises as he walked door to door, then I think this is one of those issues that needs to be addressed. Last point, and I'll close. I bought my house at the height of the real estate market. My home still hasn't come back from the depreciation that it experienced. It's very difficult for me to not come here and speak on this special use permit when I'm certain that a facility, a marijuana facility in my neighborhood will cause my home to not appreciate or to devalue.
Okay, sir, we're getting out of line here. We can't, from a planning perspective, we can't look at the monetary value of a business or a house.
I'm just
So,
saying it's going to have a detrimental
I'm
effect.
going to go ahead and cut this off, but I do appreciate it, and I did read your, I think you submitted a postcard.
I submitted a
And
postcard.
I actually read it on Sunday night because I remember your comments, so I did read everything that you said, and so I really appreciate you submitting that.
Commissioner Slotman, thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Commissioners, thank you. I appreciate
I
it.
appreciate you coming out tonight. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. My name is Sean Doak. I live at 901 Calling Tree over in Fairway Point. I'm retired probation officer for the county. And as I learned about the dispensary and its location, my chief concern, of course, was that how close it's going to be to a lot of the businesses that I frequent with my family. Like the last gentleman indicated, as far as Harmony and walking in the area, we visit the theater and many of the different restaurants in that area. I think that just what the dispensary would draw in terms of folks wouldn't, allow me to successfully educate my grandchildren on a lot of the positive aspects of the community. So I'm opposed, and that's all.
Thank you. I appreciate it. We have 3 microphones. If anybody else wants to talk, please come forward, or else I'm cutting it off after this lady speaks. Yes.
Okay. Erdine Skolnick, 984 Coatbridge Street, Las Vegas, and I live at Fairway Point at Queens Ridge. I am opposed to the granting of the variance for the marijuana drug dispensary at the intersection of Sahara and Fort Apache. I would like to say that out of 206 homes at Fairway Point, I was the only one that received notification of last night's meeting. And then on the bottom of that card, it noticed this meeting. Otherwise, we probably would have had more. I see no good, only harm to our suburban neighborhood if this is allowed. I feel that my lifestyle is somewhat compromised if this is allowed to be built. I frequent the yoga studio. I frequent the CVS. I frequent Coffee Bean and Tea Leaf and the bagel shop. And I don't want to have to sit there or frequent those things looking over to a marijuana dispensary. I'm not here to judge for those who do go and frequent these things. This is just my lifestyle. I live here. This is my home. There's no advantage to the health, education, or welfare of the families and residents of the suburban area by granting this. This is not being proposed as a favor to the health and education of the locals that live here, but as a lucrative business venture by a corporation based in Canada. And I think that I have some other comments, but you didn't want to hear it about smoking and pot. And it is ironic that we've spent all of the money to say that smoking is hazardous to your health, yet we're promoting pot smoking. Let's call it what it is. It's a drug, and it shouldn't be. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you coming forward. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and turn this over to the applicant. I'll give you 2 minutes for rebuttal if you'd like.
Don't know that I have 2 minutes worth to add. I would just point out that from my hearing of that, the two planning-related objections are the notice radius, which we did not control, as well as the traffic on the adjoining street. Ford Apache and Sahara are both over 60,000 cars. I don't feel that we're going to affect that at all.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and turn this over to the Planning Commission, starting with Commissioner Roush.
Maybe start and finish with Commissioner Roush. We'll see. Thank you, Chairman. I've had a number of phone calls on this, as you can imagine. The neighborhood is not excited about it. And frankly, I don't know if I'm too excited about it either, given the circumstances that I'm taking a look at here. I also disagree with staff's assessment of this use being harmonious and compatible. Yes, the building is in a parking lot that's vast. There's plenty of parking, unlike some of the other applications that we see. But I also want to point out that there's numerous family and child-based uses in the area that it gives me great concern. The movie theater is very nearby. There is a video arcade within that same shopping center that is frequented by high school and middle school and younger children all the time in that parking lot in that large shopping center at the northwest corner of this intersection. Very close by, outside the ring, the requirement ring of 1,000 feet, I believe it is, but beyond that, at the end of this shopping center, the Village Square Shopping Center across the street. If you go further west, at the end of the shopping center, there is a house of worship along with a daycare. That concerns me deeply. There are other things that were mentioned already tonight that I already was planning to mention. Fast casual and family-oriented dining, Baskin-Robbins, other types of things that really are attractive to young families and to young children. So these things really do factor into my assessment. Multiple and numerous calls from neighbors that the neighborhood meeting was not properly noticed. I'm not sure if that's true or not, or I'm not sure if it's just a matter that word spread and people wish that they could have participated but just plain didn't know about it. I understand what the requirements are for notification. This particular notification ring is primarily commercial in nature. There are some houses that are in the ring, but you know, I think that it's something that will impact the neighborhood very greatly. And you're right, you know, we do care about the neighborhood. Councilman Soroka cares very deeply about the neighborhood. I care very deeply about the neighborhood. And that's why I'm sitting here telling you today that I'm not in favor of this and I will not be able to support your application tonight. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other comments? Looking for a motion.
All right, I'll be happy to make a motion. Item number 37, which was an abeyance of SUP 738111. My motion is for denial.
Motion's for denial. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair, that item will go forward to City Council for City Council's consideration on the October 17th, 2018 City Council agenda.
Okay, moving on to the last item that was pulled forward is item number 67. Is the applicant here for 67? I see the applicant here. And unfortunately, I'll have to abstain from this. My family lives directly adjacent to the applicant, and it wouldn't be appropriate if I vote on this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Moving on to item 67, TCP 74095, applicant Hardstone Construction LLC, owner Four Stars Ltd, for possible action on a request for a temporary commercial permit for temporary contractor's construction yard at 9119 Ulster Drive, Ward 2, Soroka, and staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant has placed staging materials for construction of an approved multifamily condominium development on 2 parcels containing a golf clubhouse and golf course parking facilities, which are no longer in operation. The actual project site lies on 17.49 acres, approximately 420 feet to the southeast. Temporary contractors' construction yards at off-site locations require approval of a temporary commercial permit with conditions specifying duration of the use and maintenance of the site to ensure compatibility with adjacent uses. The director has referred this particular case to the Planning Commission as no permits have been issued for the approved project, and therefore the approval has not been exercised. The staging area is adjacent to an established single-family residential area. The proposed construction yard is not on the site where construction is to occur, and the duration of the temporary use is unclear due to ongoing litigation. Because the condominium development approval has not yet been exercised by means of a building permit, the storage of construction materials on the 2 off-site parcels is premature. Excuse me. In addition, the applicant could not provide a definite duration for the temporary storage yard. For these reasons, staff recommends denial. And please note there were additional documents of protest and support submitted after publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name's Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. In this matter, I'm representing Hardstone Construction, who is currently in contract with the property owner to do construction for the box culverts and the drainage improvements on the approved property for development. What I'd like to do is get your attention to the overhead, and as I get your attention to the overhead, I think like you, this is a very unique application. As a matter of fact, I don't think anybody who's sitting on this planning commission has seen a temporary commercial permit application before you for the Planning Commission. And let me explain why. Is because these things are typically done administratively. In the code itself, it does give the planning director the ability to move these type of applications to the Planning Commission. But as I can tell you, the uniqueness of this situation is that this is about the only one that we're aware of in doing our research that is coming before the Planning Commission. It's somewhat unfortunate because there's been other contractors that have had similar situations over the years that have applied for temporary construction permits, and they have been approved administratively. As a matter of fact, there have been other contractors that had other pieces of property where they had to move their construction equipment across the street or another piece of property, and they were approved administratively, and they did not have to come before this board. So I wanted to at least start that presentation out so you can understand that this is a unique situation. Unfortunately, we're here doing a public hearing on this matter, but this is what we do, and we'll go through the hearing process with this. But I think it's important to note that in doing our research, we have not found any other temporary construction yard permits that have come before this board. And probably, I think we went through up to the last 5 years plus, and we're still doing that research. That being said, just get your attention to the overhead here. On the property here, this is Alta Drive. This is Rampart Boulevard, located right here. You have the Queensridge Towers that are located here. You have the clubhouse, which is a site here that's we currently have some staging on the property itself. In 2017, in this yellow area, the city approved for a multifamily condominium development. At that point in time, our clients start moving forward with the studies of the approvals. There has been some litigation. As you know, the district court overturned the city's decision. There's an appeal that's in the process itself. What's important to note, though, there is an approved project on this property in the yellow area. As you can see here, these are the approval letters that have approved the project that we are trying to get approval in our permits for to begin construction for the underground utilities or the underground improvements. What I do want to mention here, because I think it's important as I go through the code itself, and you can see why we believe we have a solution to be able to stay here legally and move forward with this tonight, is under your section under the permitted uses, it states that a temporary contractor's construction yard in conjunction with an approved development project, provided, however, that no temporary construction permit is required if the use is located on the same site as the approved development and is operated in conformance with all applicable city ordinances and standards. What's important there is that I want to point out, and what I'm showing you, it says that we do not need a what I call TCP if we are located on the same property of an approved development. Right here, we chose this site here is because this is a better screened off area than the location over here. Because if we put our materials over here on the approved project, you're putting our materials right here just under the eyes of the residents that live in Queensridge in this area. As a matter of fact, if we can keep the property, the staging in this area, you can see from the bird's eye view that we already have screening around the property itself. We also have landscaping on the property itself that screens from the view for the storage that's already on the property itself. And we also have the paving in the area, which makes it easier to move the materials on and off the property itself. And then I might as well show you, this is the entrance to the gate. Just to give you an idea, this is interior to the site of the staging area itself. This is, as you can see, some of the screening, again, along the fence line of the property in this area and interior to the site itself. So I do want to mention two other things before I turn this over for any questions or any other concerns that are brought up. One of the problems that we've been having through this process is we've submitted, well, not we, the property owner has submitted the applications for your technical studies. Those technical studies, through the consultants, have been told that the city will not approve the drainage study because of what is going on through the courts itself or for whatever reason, so on and so on. What's important to note is we cannot pull a permit until we could get the drainage study approved. But what's important is it should not be focused on this development itself, because what the city has also done is entered into a contract, and it's recorded on the property. It's an on-site drainage improvement maintenance agreement. What that maintenance agreement says, I'm going to just make it fairly simplistic here. It requires the property owner to maintain the current drainage improvements on the property itself, unless the property owner comes in and makes improvements to the current situation on the property. And at that point in time, per the city's approval of those new drainage improvements, then the maintenance responsibility for the current drainage improvements will no longer be the property owner's responsibility. The reason why that's important is because we could argue all night long about the development, about pulling permits, and we could, should it be on the property, on a separate property, and so on. But even if you remove those arguments, the property owner here, along with the contractor that I represent, have an obligation here if they want to fulfill the drainage improvements on the property itself. So we're asking, at least unfortunately we have to do this through the public hearing process, is to allow the drainage study to be approved to go through that process, because it's already gone through 4 studies. The drainage study was not put in yesterday. It's been put in since, I believe, it's somewhere in 2017. It's gone through 4 reviews, and it's been stuck there. And once we can get that approval, my understanding is that's where the permits come, and then we can move forward. So with that being said, we would ask you we have a solution, we believe. We can move the current location of where we have the storage onto the property itself, where we believe we meet code requirements. Or we could keep it here, keep the screenage in this area, and from a timing perspective that staff has mentioned, the entitlements on the property are supposed to expire in February of 2019, okay? we can make the temporary construction permit until 2019 in February to see what happens with respect to the development itself. But in the meantime, we also have another avenue where we want our development in, and that's to enclose the drainage in this area from an open channel to the box culverts. So with that being said, I can answer any questions that you may have, and we'll go from there.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward, state your name and address for the record. Mr. Groenhauer, if I could get you to step back. And we do have 3 microphones. If nobody set the microphones, I will cut off the public comment. Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Good morning, or good afternoon, or good evening. Ron Iverson, 9324 Verlaine Court. I live in the Queensridge community, and my property looks directly over the Badlands, the ex-Badlands Golf Course. In full disclosure, I am the Vice President of the HOA for Queensridge, but here tonight I'm here as a private citizen. I am opposed to this particular request. I also have 19 other signed documents from members of the community. Because of the notifications, they did not receive the proper cardboard notifications, and so we have 19 there that are basically in agreement with this. I also have 5 others that submitted things online, but because of the timing, they weren't aware whether those were included or not. We're against, all of us are against this particular request for several reasons. First of all, we believe it's premature. No permits have been issued on all of this. This whole project is basically in litigation, and we don't think anything should go forward on any of this until the litigation is solved. In actuality, there have been 16 months of activity by the owner of this property, sometimes starting at 6 a.m. in the morning, right next to 2 residential areas. And there's been no approved projects. They basically boldly started already into activity without any of the required approvals. The applicant's overhead said that this was already an approved project. We would take exception to that because of the ongoing litigation to this, and ask that the Commission, as well as the City Council, hold on any approvals of this until the litigation is resolved. Secondly, or in addition to that, we're not aware of FEMA providing any study on all of this with regard to the drainage studies and any approvals of activities that are required before any of the drainage activities should go forward. Secondly, we were not aware, we believe that this, of any zoning, that this is consistent with any zoning. We believe that this is PD zoning, and because of that, this kind of facility or activity should not go on in this area. Finally, noise and nuisance to the residents. The entrance into this particular facility where this activity is ongoing is along a very small road called Clubhouse Drive. It's basically right in the middle or right next to Tudor Park, which is a very small residential community, as well as with One Queensridge Place being right next to it. It's basically an eyesore as well. The applicant has said that they put screening all the way around. If you're in the second up to the 16th or 17th floor of One Queensridge Place, that screening does nothing to hide any of the activity or any of the storage or any of the noise that's going on in that activity. Activity like this needs to stop until there's proper approvals by this commission as well as the City Council. And we would ask that code enforcement get involved and make sure that everything is done properly. Thank you.
All right. Seeing no one else, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and turn this over to the Planning Commission. Actually, Bob, Mr. Groenhauer, do you need a minute to discuss anything? Okay. I'm going to turn this over to Commissioner Roush.
Thank you. My comments are brief, but important. I do want to note that there's numerous duplicative cards of support from the entities that are related to the applicant, so I want to go on the record to say that, as is consistent with other things relevant to this property. I think that the bottom line here, and what I'm hearing from the neighbors who have contacted me, which are numerous, is that I think it's a nuisance that was potentially put there as a convenience to the owner, but maybe as a byproduct, an opportunity to antagonize. I'm not sure. I can't get into the applicant's head, and I don't want to, but the reality is that it is a nuisance and it is antagonistic to the neighbors. I hear about it on a regular basis. My phone blows up all month long until the meeting, and it's something that is a reality for me. I think that the important thing that I would like to make a point on is that the paragraph that you read, Mr. Groenauer, although correct in many aspects, is incorrect in one from my point of view, in that the application is supposed to be in conjunction with an approved project, and there is no approved project here, because back in January, Judge Crockett revoked the 435-unit approval. So as far as I'm concerned, and as far as this board should be concerned tonight, there is no buildable project there today. I understand that there's pending litigation, but until a Supreme Court or higher body overrules what Judge Crockett said, that ruling does stand from my point of view. I've read the brief on it, and I'm very clear on it. Secondly, moving construction items from Tivoli Phase 2 over to other property that they own as either a convenience for them or as future staging for a project that may come down the road at a date that we don't know is just, to me, not acceptable. It's not something that's appropriate in our neighborhoods, and it's not something that the neighborhood should have to look at or deal with. Whether those items are being moved around or left to sit there and rot, it's just an eyesore and it's inappropriate. And lastly, I would say that because no building permit could or should be issued on this property, and because the applicant went ahead and did it anyways in violation of that policy, and I think that the staff's got it right on this one, I think that I'm going to have to vote for denial tonight. So I just wanted to let you know that. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner DeSalvio.
If I could just weigh in for a second, just for clarification. So I understand this is a buildable project due to the fact of the culverts. That is the reason why the stuff is being staged in an already closed area.
Yes, if you take away the development itself argument, there is an agreement between the City of Las Vegas and the property owner where the property owner has to maintain the on-site drainage improvements today. You know, you have to make sure the weeds and everything else is clean, so when the water comes down, you got to clean it. But part of that is that obligation goes away if the property owner gets an approved drainage study, regardless development, regardless whatever you build or don't build, you still have a contract that's recorded on the property between the city and the property owner that allows them to go and get a box culvert built, subject to the approval of the city and FEMA. So our position is even though respectfully we could agree to disagree if there's a development or not approved, the fact of the matter is there's a second prong here, and the second prong that you're dealing with is there is a recorded document that gives them the ability, subject to the approval of a drainage study, and we're being held up with the drainage study currently for a development when we could still move forward with the second development, which is the prong to enclose everything.
Okay, and just to follow up, a couple more here. Right now, there used to be the old clubhouse, is exactly where the staging yard is, right? That's,
yes, sir.
And from what I've seen from your pictures, is that yard has already been in existence with the fencing around it since Badlands was shut down.
Since, I don't know when Badlands has been shut down, but I do know I've been told since the approvals, when the Hearthstone has told me since the approvals of 17, they start moving some stuff over. I don't know when exactly that was, but I know that they've started moving stuff over when the development approvals were approved.
Can you put your map back up on the overhead for me, please? Yeah. Just so I can make sure so the ask is you have the site where it says site right there where your mic is.
Yes.
That's exactly where everything's being stored correctly right now, all the construction materials in order to work on the approved project for the culvert. Is that what I got?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so basically this ask tonight is take the material that's already hidden and bring it out into the eye of the towers to where they have even more of an eyesore from what was mentioned. Is that the ask is right now?
Yeah, I have the authority from Hartstone to move the current stuff here, bring it down through here, and where it would be, we could place it on the property, would be in this area here, that would allow us then to begin construction in here for the drainage facilities. And again, it's for the drainage facilities, regardless if it's a approved condo
Correct.
project or the agreement that we have with the city to come in and build the culverts.
Hold on. And now you mentioned something for February of 2019. What exactly expires? Is that your building permit? Or
The approvals for the condominium development expires in February of 2019. Okay, now, in all fairness, I have not seen any, outside of a court decision, have not received anything from the city that says those entitlements are no longer valid. As a matter of fact, in reading the staff report, and I did this right before the hearing to confirm again, the city has acknowledged that there's a development that's approved. Okay, so there's a development in the staff report that the city says is a development on the property, so I'm going to go with that and say there's a development. But again, we could go back and forth all day long, but I believe there's a development there.
Okay, I'm looking at a situation where you have material stored in an area that has asphalt. So if you are working on that property and moving stuff around, you're not having a dust control issue, which I think would be more of a concern for anybody in that area. So from what I'm getting from it is they want you to take it from an area that's controlled, and it's been controlled, with the proper netting around it, just like any construction job you see in town. Go to Summerlin, go right now to the 51 State, it all has that netting, and move it to an area that sticks out more of an eyesore than anything, on top of dust control issue. And I've never, in my 28 years in construction, and this is the first time I'm hearing this, that you have to come before a planning commission for a temporary construction yard, when that, in my 28 years, whether it's in the county or the city, has always been what we call over-the-counter.
Yeah.
Where you walk in and they hand it to you. So just for that reason alone, I stand in support of making sure you guys get this temporary yard. You're asking people to take something that's already concealed and hidden and bring it out. It just feels like it's just a political football going back and forth. So I can't, I tell you right now, I support it.
Thank you, Commissioner. I have just a few comments. I've gone back and forth on this over the past couple days and just went back and forth on it when Christina and Lou were speaking, and I didn't realize that was paved, but I don't know why I didn't realize that, because when I was looking at the pictures, I could see that it was paved. You know, in full disclosure, I am a builder, and I have had a off-site permit, you know, a temporary construction yard across the street. However, it was on a project where there was 30 lots and not a square inch of that property left over, and we had to put materials somewhere while we're constructing this. So I didn't see what the big issue was about just putting everything onto the particular lot that you're working on. But I do understand what Commissioner DeSalvio was saying about the dust and having asphalt, and it would be a lot cleaner. However, the only thing, and I can't look at lawsuits. If I looked at and read every lawsuit that Queens Ridge has had, I'd be a full-time attorney. So therefore, I don't want to see, if this does go forward, there has to be some, you know, time that this gets shut down, because, so are you saying?
February of 2019, you'll know whether the extension of time is going to be extended on the property for the development, and I'm hoping before then we can work administratively with your staff to get the drainage study approved, instead of being just staying there after the reviews and not being, they call it conditionally approved.
So your client's intentions are to put in the drainage culvert regardless if you build the units?
That's what the contract is with Hartstone, is they're in a contract to build the drainage facility, culverts that are in there. If that changes, you'll know by February 2019. You'll see if they're not going to build it or not.
So I guess, would y'all be open to some sort of condition that if it
Yes.
doesn't move forward by a certain date, that
Yeah.
you'll remove all the equipment or
Yes.
relocate it to the other
And-
site?
And that's totally understood. And as I said again, because we just got to go ahead and nudge staff to allow us to get a conditional approval for the drainage. And then if we don't perform in that period of time, then it expires. And then they should remove their stuff if we don't perform on the approvals that we could get from the city.
Thank you. Commissioner Williams?
I just have a question of clarification of staff, if no one else has any other comments, but I don't want to ask until other comments.
Please do.
Brenda, anyone have? No. And Director Summerfield or anyone from Public Works, my question is simply this. Are we requiring that the box culverts or drainage solution be installed today when there is actually no project being contemplated? Because my understanding is that this is operated for 20 years as open channel arroyo drainage. There is no need immediately to put in any type of drainage study or box culverts or any other solution unless staff tells me that that is a requirement that withstands the revocation of the approvals. I need clarification on that because I think what we've got here is a little bit of a confusion of issue. I think we're voting to say that there is no temporary construction permit to be issued on a site. I don't remember staff saying we're asking to move it to a different location. I don't remember staff saying that we are requiring the box culvert or some drainage solution to go in. All we're voting on right now is whether or not they can store this stuff there, and they're asking for forgiveness instead of coming forward in the beginning to ask for permission. So I just want clarification, please, as to what we're really voting on today. And if it is true that they don't need to put the drainage solution in today, and if it is true that there is no drainage requirement because of the revocation of the units, then why are we even talking about that right now? And if it is true, why are we talking about moving all of this debris to yet another location on the site? Just get it off the site completely. That would be what I would be in favor of.
Thank you,
So
Commissioner.
could staff please clarify those items for me? Thank you.
Mr. Pyatt?
Sure, Mr. Chairman, I'll do kind of my best to describe what's happening. There's a couple different things that I'm seeing. So one is, the specific project. So the box culvert is completely developer-driven. It's not a requirement by the city to occur. But there's two sides of that. One, it could be with the project, and as Mr. Grauer was saying, it could be separate from the project. So if someone to come in and improve a drainage area on their own, not having a project, they would have to have an approved study, and they'd have a chance of doing that. The city will maintain something that is built to a public standard. So this area is a regional area of flooding, and as in other areas in the city, if it's a master plan facility of flood control, the city maintains that with regional flood control money. So I'm not trying to confuse the issue, but there are two possible scenarios to how you could look at this. As far as the drainage study comments, I'm not aware that the reason why things are being held up. I don't believe that it's only an entitlement issue. I think there's probably other technical issues, but I'm not prepared to talk about that tonight because I don't have all the information on the drainage study and the past 4 reviews that have occurred. I know once they get to a conditional approval state, then they can start pulling permits.
Thank you. Commissioner Rush?
Well, I'm ready to make a motion unless
Please
anybody
do.
has any other comments. I'm going to make one last quote in honor of our prior planning commissioner and our absent planning commissioner. Stephen Quinn always has told me there's nothing more permanent than a temporary storage facility. So with that, I'm going to make a motion for denial of TCP 7408595. I'm getting old. 95. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a motion for denial on the floor. Please cast your vote, noting that a yes vote is for denial. Okay, that motion fails. Can we have another motion?
I would like to make a motion to support a temporary construction yard with the expiration date of February 1st, 2019.
And does the applicant agree to the
Yes, sir.
added condition?
Yes, sir.
And can we clarify that if in fact it's not, are they removing it by February 1st, 2019, all the materials?
That would be Would you agree to that?
Well, for clarification,
Or would you like to end of February?
if we have our permits and the project is moving forward, then I would
it's
like
null.
to be moving. If not,
Correct.
Because the one thing is, it's a little bit of a slippery slope for clarification, is if there is a hiccup somewhere in the process, I'd like to come back and explain to you. I don't want to come back, trust me, but I would like to have the ability to come back.
There should be a definitive date, not this, we'll think about this and then maybe ask for additional time.
Commissioner
it'll be up to you,
DeSalvio.
Commissioner, to put that time.
Okay,
What would
so
you
I
think?
will amend
That's
that
fine.
motion and state that we'd give you to the end of February, the last day of February 2019. And should there be no permit issued, then you would have to come before for either extension or denial.
Okay.
They would have to remove it. But
Yeah, remove the product from that at the end of that month. Are you okay with that?
Yes.
All right, so that would be my motion. Motion would be to approve the temporary construction yard until the end of February, should no action be taken. 2019.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair, that item will go forward for City Council on the October 17th, 2018 City Council meeting.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 30, abeyance renotification SDR 73297, applicant owner WMC Pavilions SPE LLC et al. For possible action request for a site development plan review for a proposed 315,756 square foot commercial building with waivers to allow 0% of the building facade to be located at the front and the corner side property line where 70% is required, to allow a flat roof line where an articulated roof line is required, and for a temporary surface parking lot with a waiver to allow reduction of parking lot landscaping at 445 and 209 South Grand Central Parkway, Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. And before we turn it over to staff, I will disclose I have worked with the applicant's representative over a decade ago, and I will be voting on the item. We don't have anything open together. So can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, this phase of the World Market Center development is compatible with existing adjacent development and continues the design theme utilized throughout the campus. With approval of the requested waivers, the proposed development will be consistent with previous World Market Center approvals, Title 19, Appendix F, and the objectives of the Downtown Las Vegas Overlay District. The development of the site continues the progress towards the final World Market Center build-out, and staff recommends approval of the request. Thank you.
Thank you. Name and address, please, for the record.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Edward Vance with EV&A Architects, 1116 North Town Center Drive, Suite 170, representing the applicant. I will be brief and go through the project as succinctly as I can, and then open this thing up for questions. As we heard, we have staff approval. We've been working with staff for a number of months and believe we have a very good solution. This is the World Market Center Las Vegas Expo Center. With the loss of Cashman, downtown needs a new expo center. This project includes the removal of the, as Christine would call it, there's nothing more permanent than a temporary structure. We have 350,000 square feet of temporary tents there that have been here 10 years or so. And so those are coming down in preparation for what will be just a little over 300,000 square feet of new expo space. The actual expo floor will be about 200,000, but there's another 100,000 square feet of ancillary space, registration, et cetera. There's about 160,000 square feet of new construction, which is going to be in front of the existing garage, which everybody knows, and it'll be just north of Building C, which is about a 2 million square foot building. The height of the building is just under 60 feet, so it's not very tall. The buses will be numbered at 30, which are in front of the new expo facility, and that's generally where they are now. We'll be providing a much nicer plaza area, which I'll demonstrate in a few minutes with some renderings which you have not seen because we just finished them the other day. Parking, roughly 4,500 spaces are being provided, where 4,400 generally are required. With that, I'm going to show you a couple of images without getting into too much of the elevations, which are boring.
Are you telling us your architecture is boring?
I'm sorry?
Did you say the elevations are boring?
They are, because they don't show it as well as, I mean, I can show them to you.
No, please. Proceed.
Renderings are so much better. Three-dimensional images tell the story
It does look
in a
nice.
way that elevations can't. So as you can see, the initial three buildings are sort of in the background. The new expo center is just in front of the garage. And so there's a portion of the building that is going to be what we consider registration, so people will check in and then go into the expo space. We have two 100,000 square foot expo sort of areas, so we can have one bay next to the other. Two conventions can be held. What's nice about this is that it is for the temporary spaces that World Market Center. Can you not hear me? Okay. Should I
Thank you.
get a little closer to the mic? Sorry about that.
Thank you.
You need to be for taller people, I'm sorry. The expo space will be energized year-round. So unlike what we see with the World Market Center, this facility is open two weeks out of the year. With this new expo center, we should see a lot more energy and a lot more commerce being conducted here in this area, which is good for everyone. You'll see just to the north of the new facility will be where taxis are. We have black cars just to the north of that. What am I missing, Matt? Anything? Those are pretty much the numbers. That's it succinctly. If you need have any other questions, please, I'd like to hear them now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vance. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this item? Seeing no one, I will turn it over to the commission and turn it over to Commissioner Williams.
Okay, I have no objection to the project. I think it's excellent. And with that, if no one else has anything, make a motion.
Please do.
I make a motion to approve. I got to put my glasses back on. SDR 73297.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes.
Oh, thank you. I'm learning something every day.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to item number 36, abeyance VAR 73813, variance public hearing, applicant owner, Ryland Homes Nevada LLC, for possible action request for a variance to allow a 6-foot corner side yard setback where 10 feet is required on Lot 224 of a proposed single-family residential subdivision at the southwest corner of Stange Avenue in Kiersey Street, Ward 4. Staff recommends denial. Could we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is requesting approval of a reduced corner side yard setback. A residence that meets all setback requirements could be constructed on the site. No evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance has been presented, and staff is recommending denial as a self-imposed hardship.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Robert Cunningham, 6030 South Jones Boulevard with Tanny Engineering representing the applicant. Before we get started, I have a request. I have item 48 that is literally the exact same request and variance we're asking for, a block and a half away from here. The notification areas overlap. I wanted to know if there's any chance I could have them both maybe heard at the same time and save time collectively.
I can bring it. I have to open up that specific item, but I'll bring it right afterwards.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. With that, what we're proposing here and requesting here is we have a corner lot on a side corner with a home that has a sidewalk with a curb return and a sidewalk handicap ramp. From our porch, covered porch element of the home to the back of the sidewalk, we have 6 feet and 5 feet on these two lots respectively, where 10 feet is required by code. I have the same lot here showing you a dimension from here that it's 11 feet. If we had no sidewalk adjacent to it, there's only sidewalk on one side in this community. If we happen to be on the opposite side of the road, we would meet the setback requirements. In this case, we're not meeting it. And I wanted to show you the elevations of what's proposed on here and kind of show you what this is. So let's see here. So what we have here is the porch element, the covered porch, the doors back here, that wraps out around. This is the element that basically would include or intrude into that setback area. The corner of this roof element here to the back of the sidewalk would be 5 feet at the closest area. We believe that this elevation provides for, different relief and not a front plane of the house facing the street, meets the Lone Mountain area master plan idea for having varied elevations on the front. They actually have 3 different elevations I'm going to show you here with different roof elements and different porch elements that really break up the way it looks to the street. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you have, and hopefully you guys can see our predicament here and would recommend approval. Thank you.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this item? Seeing no one, will close the public hearing and turn it over to the commission. Commissioner Toussaint.
Yes, I met with Mr. Cunningham on this issue, and I think this is a lovely project. I don't have a problem with it. I don't have any heartburn over this. I think that we should approve this, and if there's no other comments from my fellow commissioners, I'd make a motion to approve.
Please do. Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries. Director?
My apologies, Mr. Chairman. That item will be final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you. Item number 48, we're jumping ahead to the other variance. VAR 73812, applicant Lennar, owner Ryland Homes Nevada LLC, for possible action request for a variance to allow a 5-foot corner side yard setback where 10 feet is required for a proposed single-family dwelling at 10,831 Lost Ark Avenue, Ward 4. Staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is requesting approval of a reduced corner side yard setback or residence that meets all setback requirements could be constructed on the site. No evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance has been presented, and staff is recommending denial as a self-imposed hardship. Please note that there are additional letters of protest since publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address again, Robert, for the record?
Sure. Robert Cunningham, 6030 South Jones Boulevard with Tanny Engineering.
Anything you wanted to add to it?
Sure. This is the exact same situation that we just had on that previous item. We have a 5-foot setback from the back of the sidewalk to the corner of the patio. Without the sidewalk, we would have a 10-foot setback. It's the same home that's being proposed on this lot, which is literally a block and a half away from the other one. With that, I respectfully ask for your approval. Thank you.
Okay, this was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone for the public like to be heard? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing and turn over to the commissioner. Commissioner Toussaint.
Yes, for the same reasons why I voted to approve the other project. I think this is a great project. It's an unusual piece of property, the way the elevation is and the way it's set on this land. So if there's no other comments from my fellow commissioners, I'd like to make a motion to approve VAR 73812.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Thank you very much for bringing it forward. I appreciate that.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Okay, moving on to item number 39, abeyance renotification SUP 73829, applicant owner Michael Tresori, for possible action request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential rent-to-use at 4021 Mountain View Boulevard, Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental unit that meets all minimum special use permit requirements of Title 1912. Staff is recommending approval. Please note that there are additional letters of protest since publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Good evening. My name is Joseph Nold. My address is 4029 Mountain View Boulevard. I live in the house directly west of them.
Are you the applicant?
No, I'm not.
No, I need the applicant first.
I
Sorry.
apologize.
Yes, if you just step back, I'll have the applicant. I apologize. Name and address for the record, please.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Nathan Taylor, 8414 West Farm Road, representing the applicant. Am I okay to give my presentation? I'll be short and sweet.
Please.
These are the type of operators that the city wants to see operate short-term rentals. My client has operated luxury short-term rentals for over a decade and has great reviews, very professional, does a great job. They're spending $150,000 currently to renovate this property. As you know, as many times as I've been before this commission representing my clients for short-term rentals, all my clients have security systems, noise monitoring, lighting, no parties allowed. I won't get into that because I've probably done this 50 times over the last year. Finally, my client's going to be hiring, and we've discussed this on several occasions, a local reputable property management company that will be available 24/7. And with that said, we would just ask that you follow staff's recommendation for approval, and we're here to answer any questions.
Thank you. This is noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this item? We have 3 microphones. I'll give everyone a minute to come up and speak. I'll need your name and address of the record, if you're for or against, and with the minute timer, why.
Again, good evening. My name is Joseph Nold, 4029 Mountain View Boulevard. I am in the house directly west of them. I oppose this. Everyone I've talked to in my neighborhood has opposed short-term rentals. I bought my house 5 years ago. Again, I'm directly west. I'm on the corner of Hinson and Mountain View Boulevard. Hinson is a double-wide sidewalk where all the children go to the schools that are both directly south of us and north of us. Catty Corner is an elderly gentleman who lives there. Across the street is Philip, who takes care of his elderly father. Catty Corner from them, going to the northeast, are the Stemplers, who are in their 70s. Directly to the east of them is elderly couple. I bought my house to take care of my elderly father. Unfortunately, he's passed away. I have my aunt, who's 84, who's now going to move in with me. This is the neighborhood that is indicative of a very quiet community. The people I've mentioned have been to my house, at least some of them, and I've been to their house. There is a little bit of a problem with break-ins, so we try to look out for traffic. We have neighborhood watches. All of the neighbors are united. Now, very briefly, I have watched the tapes from the prior commissioners speaking and chairman, and there was an analogy to other locations where there's no problem with short-term rentals. I would assert to you that Las Vegas, even if you try to control it, this can become a party house. It's not what we're looking for. And again, the neighborhood, in my opinion, and everyone I've talked to, and I believe there was at least 35 postcards as well as flyers sent in opposing this.
Thank you, Joseph. Thank you for your comments. Can you get your name and address for the record, please? Please.
Thank you, Commissioner. My name is Dr. Robert Cranley, 4011 Mountain View Boulevard, directly east of the proposed property. I'm a 35-year homeowner of the property adjacent to the one for which a non-state resident seeks approval of an entitlement. I'm opposed to the granting of such an entitlement because, in my estimation, it will lead to the permanent disruption of the fabric of a long-established Las Vegas neighborhood, a neighborhood bearing the historic name Artesian Heights, a name memorializing the valley's natural springs, which springs led to the establishment of the city of Las Vegas. As that water source was important in the past for the ability of our city to grow, now the protection of our historic, established neighborhoods is important for the continued health of our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cranley. Can I get your name and address, please, for the record?
My name is Susan Canaday Henry. I live at 3911 Mountain View Boulevard. I'm opposed to the granting of the special use permit for a short-term rental at 4021 Mountain View. Briefly, my husband and I moved into this house about 3 years ago, so we're new to the neighborhood, and we might be able to present a different point of view because we are looking at an investment not only of our money, but also our involvement in the community. The question of what happens 10 years, 20 years down the line with short-term rentals that specifically, in this case, are not owner-occupied. Airbnbs come in a different variety of types, but the ones that have out-of-state owners who are not vested in the community, what does this mean? Are we losing votes or in the community? Are we losing participation? It's more than just having a nice house that's had the yard taken care of and following rules. This is about knowing our neighbors. It's the soft security of knowing the faces around you, and also knowing that the residential area that it's been zoned for cannot accommodate what is probably expected commercial behavior of a hotel operation. I hope that you consider our request to deny this permits for this address. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Name and address for the record, please. Whoever would like to go.
My name's Dave Seaman. My property is at 4008 Del Monte
Avenue. My background is real estate. I used to own 3 RE/MAX offices, one of which included a property management section. I don't care how good you are at property management, you have problems. Renters do not take care of their properties as well as owners do. The idea of bringing somebody in for a week or a couple of days makes it even much more of a problem because it's not their neighborhood, they don't have to care. Now, the good intentions of the owner, I understand, but there are plenty of other properties that are in rental areas, multifamily areas, and that's where they should go. This neighborhood is a middle-aged, middle-income, elderly, nice, quiet neighborhood, and we don't want to bring in a bunch of, strangers. Everybody knows everybody there. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. Stephen. Thank you for your comments. Name and address, please, for the record.
Aldema Ridge, 4011 Mountain View Boulevard. I'm a retired teacher, and as has been alluded to, the property is about 150 feet from the main traffic pathway that our children use to get back and forth to Hyde Park Middle School. As you can see, we have a very unique, close-knit community. We're old-fashioned in the way that we know each other's names and we look out for each other, just like we look out for the kids in the neighborhood. The question I ask is that in this huge valley, why is it that we, as a small, old-fashioned neighborhood, why we can't continue to be a viable neighborhood? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Hi, Susan Wainscott, 4350 Bossot Court. Like the Henrys, I am new to the area. We bought 2 years ago. I've spoken out in opposition of this rule that allows these commercial ventures inside of our residential neighborhoods. We got one in our neighborhood right as we were purchasing our home. We would not have moved to the city of Las Vegas. We would have stayed in North Las Vegas had we known this was a possibility. We are lucky that we have a good one on our street. There's no guarantee that these folks can manage this from afar, no matter how good their staff are and how good their contractors are. There's 2 schools in the area. You would see more people here tonight, but some of our neighbors are worshiping tonight because it's a holiday. It's important that we maintain the integrity of our neighborhood and don't have a bunch of strangers coming in and out, having fun, partying in Sin City. That's great. Do that a little closer to the casinos.
Thank you for your comments. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Robert Gilmer, 4009 Del Monte Avenue, representing the Carlos Trust. Everything everybody has said is what I would say as well. There is an overwhelming lack of support for this. I think we are all almost exclusively in agreement with this. I don't have anything to say other than I agree with everything everybody is saying, and I definitely oppose. And all the neighbors, we are within 100 yards of where this is going to be happening. And nice, quiet neighborhood. We kind of want to keep it that way, if possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gilmore. Thank you for not being redundant. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Raymond Watts. I live at 4020 Mountain View, right directly across the street from this property we're talking about. I'm here to vigorously oppose the change in the usage of this home. It's a lovely home, and it's a nice neighborhood. It's very unique. And I happen to be acquainted with a gentleman here in town who indicated he owned 13 of these types of properties in town. And when in my conversation with him, asking him what kind of problems they have, he said everything from alcohol abuse, drug abuse, violence. And this is the thing I fear that they would convert to. Thank you.
Mr. Watts. Thank you for your comments. Can I get your name and address, please, for the record?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. For the record, Marco Henry, 3911 Mountain View Boulevard. I should first disclose that since this item was first heard or obeyed last month, I've actually become employed in the office of Councilman Soroka in Ward 2. So I mentioned that in full disclosure, but I should also mention I'm here purely as a resident of Ward 1 and a neighbour of the property that we're talking about here. I won't recapitulate most of the arguments that you've already heard, so I shan't bore you, but I will stress that it is a Jewish holiday and there are a great many people here who could not attend tonight who have sent you letters of protest and postcards of protest. I think at this point you have 36 or more, including the neighbour to the left, the neighbour to the right, the neighbour in front, the neighbour behind, and the neighbour one over, which is myself. And I would just finally add that last month, when we first heard this item, it was obeyed at the request of the applicant, and I went and introduced myself to Mr. Nathan Taylor, who represents the applicant. I was curious of who he was and why it was that he'd asked for it to be obeyed. He explained that he represented the applicant, gave me his business card, and said if we had problems, we should reach out to him, to which I suggested, well, I think it would actually be better if you or the applicant reached out to the neighbors, had a meeting, and tried to explain what your plans were. That has not happened. There's been no attempt to reach us. The applicant lives in Denver, Colorado, is not a local, and I firmly oppose this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Henry. Anyone else from the public? I see no one else. I'll close the public hearing portion, turn it back over to the applicant for a quick rebuttal.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Nathan Taylor, 8414 West Farm Road, represent the applicant. I'm going to address some of the concerns that were addressed by the neighbors. First of all, traffic and break-ins in the area have nothing to do with this applicant, so let's make that clear. Many of the postcards that were sent in opposition of this application were duplicates. I want to make that clear. Disruption in a neighborhood, as I can personally attest and have testified before this planning commission before, happened with long-term renters as well. I experienced 2 years of my life that I couldn't get back from someone who had a 2-year lease. So I understand while they bring up issues of disruption, long-term renters can disrupt the neighborhood too. Out-of-state owners own tens of thousands of properties in the Las Vegas Valley, and of the tens of thousands of those properties in Las Vegas Valley, the city of Las Vegas has thousands of code enforcement complaints on them. These are just facts. And to just stand up here and let people, meeting after meeting after meeting, stand up here and talk about how horrible short-term rentals are, I'm just, personally, professionally, I'm tired of hearing about it. I'm tired of hearing about it because I would have loved to have had a short-term renter next to me for the 2 years that me and my wife had to deal with party after party and drugs after drugs. And I could go on here all night about it. It's ridiculous. I've got a property owner who spent $515,000 to purchase a property, okay, and is spending another $150,000 to renovate it. And I'm passionate about this tonight. Normally, I'm not like this. You guys know me very well. This is bothersome to me when I have somebody invested this kind of money in my city that I was born and raised in, and they're going to do it the right way. And here's the deal. Let's do a 6-month administrative review. We have one problem on this property. You guys take their special use permit away. That's what the rules say. That's what the rules that the city has. Let them do it for 6 months, administrative review, and I'm telling you, if they mess up, take their special use permit away. That's why it's called a special use permit. I do not stand up here before you guys every 2 weeks and put my name and my reputation on the line. The gentleman was just up here, yeah, I gave him my card. I never heard from him. What I said to him was that if you want us to meet with you, we will. That's my reputation, that's my character, that's my word. I never heard from one neighbor until tonight. So I've already met with the commissioner of this area. I've discussed this property owner. They know what the expectations are, I know what the expectations are, and the city knows what the expectations are. We are fine with the 6-month administrative review. If my clients do anything to disrupt that neighborhood, I would ask you to revoke their special use permit. With that said, I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you. I will turn it over to the commission for discussion. Commissioner DeSalvio, you have a question?
Nate, I know you well. I know you're a man of your word. But I would ask, maybe, because this is, overwhelming amount of people that showed up tonight, is it possible that you could maybe, and I'm asked guidance of the council too, if you could possibly maybe ask that you put it in abeyance until you do have a neighborhood meeting to better explain yourself and then come back before us, and at that point in time, we could vote on it? I'm just trying to give a second chance to make a first impression kind of thing?
Commissioner, we'd be more than happy to hold this for 30 days, and we'll hold a neighborhood meeting. I'll work through the planning department to make that happen, and we'll come back before you in October.
You're passionate. You guys got a lot of money into this property, but you also have a lot of people that showed up.
We're fine with 30 days. I'll hold a neighborhood meeting.
Okay.
Commissioner DeSalvio, and I would agree with you. I wish Commissioner Vice Chair Quinn was here. I mean, it is her ward, and she's a good steward of that ward and knows it well.
And that's kind of why I asked, is because, she's the kind of woman I've learned to know over the last year that when people show up with, pitchforks and torches, her ears perk up. She sits next to me. I hear it, and I'm kind of taking the rein on that one just because I've she sits next to me and I know how she is, and I would think she would probably ask that of you as well, to try to make both parties come together, and give it 30 more days to massage it, and if it can't happen after that, then it wasn't meant to be.
And so I'll ask our city attorney, if it's our request, then this would be, at the next commission meeting, it would be the final time that it would have to be heard at that point. Okay. And so we would need a motion, and the applicant, I'm hearing, would be good with that if we did have a motion on that. Anyone would like to make a motion on the abeyance?
I would like to make a motion on the item number 39, SUP 73824, to be held for 30 days, pending a neighborhood meeting.
To the October 9th meeting?
Till October 9th, correct.
We agree.
Okay. There is a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries, and I would ask that you reach out to Vice Chair Quinn, too, please, and coordinate with her. Okay, moving on to item number 40, abeyance item SUP 73880, applicant owner James Vanis for possible action request for a special use permit for an existing short-term residential rental use at 1301 South 6th Street, Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Commissioner Schlotman.
Yes, Chairman, before we begin on this, I've known Joey Vanis for a number of years, probably over the past 8 years, and we've worked together on many projects together. I mean, through Downtown Project and Life is Beautiful on First Friday, and I think I actually built a couple office spaces for him. And I've voted on items in the past where Joey might have been a small partner on a particular project, but considering he's 100% owner in this, I feel that my judgment might be affected a little bit, so I will be abstaining on this matter.
Thank you. And I will disclose that I live just outside the notification area. I've known Mr. Vanis for some time through the First Friday Foundation and just downtown in general. I don't believe my judgment will be affected, so I will be voting on the item. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant has operated a short-term residential rental unit that meets all minimum special use permit requirements of Title 1912. The special use permit is required as a result of Ordinance 6585, which required all existing and proposed short-term residential rental uses not eligible for conditional use approval to be approved by the special use permit process prior to July 1st, 2019. Staff is recommending approval. Please note that there are additional letters of protest and support since publication.
Thank you. Name and address for the record, please.
James Vanis, 1301 South 6th Street. We also have some supporting evidence here, if we could get this to you guys.
Okay. If you want to turn that over to the clerk.
So I'd like to say I have Janelle Mazza here as well, who helps to manage the property. And we're here just to request this special use permit as an additional requirement to continue doing what we've been doing for the last 2.5 years. We've been operating the short-term rental just as an adjunct to what we already do on the property. It's been great. We've had 500 plus guests in the last 2.5 years. We've had almost no issues, and it's been a valuable thing for a lot of people in a lot of different ways. So we believe that we're within all of the ordinances, and we're operating as such. We're not asking for any special variance. We don't have any distance requirements. We've provided a few bullet points here, which I won't read to you guys. You can see for yourselves. And that's it.
Okay. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard? If I could have you guys just step to the side here. We have 3 microphones. I'm going to give everybody a minute to speak. If you're for or against, please give your name and address to the record. I ask that it please not be redundant. If there's anyone that wants to speak on behalf of multiple people, I can give them a little extra time, but let's kick it off.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Thank you for taking a few moments with us. My name is Roberto Sanchez. I live at 1137 South 6th Street, just 3 doors down from this location. I've had whether it's invited over for a dinner to meet some neighbors, or whether something was awry in the neighborhood and I was notified by these folks. It's all been positive experiences from my end with these folks and this property. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Christopher Cox at 1200 South 7th Street. I've been in the area for 4 years, even though I'm a longtime Las Vegas resident and UNLV graduate. One of the reasons I moved in the area was when I was going around the area and I saw this amazing property, which itself is kind of a piece of art, and it's obvious the things that that Chairperson has already said. Joey's is about the community first. It's not just somebody who lives in another city. It's somebody who is part of the neighborhood. I walk my dog in front of it every morning and night, and never had a problem with it, and am in favor of it.
Thank you. Name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. My name is Sinclair Wheeler, 1137 South 6th Street. I live 3 doors down from the building in question here. I moved to Las Vegas a year ago to the Spring Valley neighborhood, which I loved and came to love Las Vegas after meeting Joey and neighbors and seeing the community vibe that he's built over there. After meeting muralists from Brazil, national recording artists from London, England, and a whole slew of international and amazing artists, I'm here to support what's on the table here.
Thank you. Name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Ray Lathrop. I live at 1301 South 6th Street. I oppose this application as well as all commercial operations in a residential area. My opposition to short-term rentals include my own organizing around my neighborhood watch, and now my inability to really interface with a neighbor across the street from my house to look out for my property and those of my neighbors because of the transient nature of a short-term rental. I also believe similar to item number 39 in the opposition to that the school adjacent and inside my neighborhood very much suffers from traffic that goes inside and out when visitors are coming to a neighborhood and don't know that there's a school present. I do want to state that there is a lot of opposition to this application, which I know that the Planning Commission and staff have received. And I do believe that the support for this application come in the terms of a party that was thrown to acquire support in written form from friends and neighbors of this residents, that people were given food and alcohol in order to, support this application. I also think that it is inaccurate on the staff's recommendation that there haven't been any violations in this 2.5 years of license. I personally know that there have been 6 calls made to the short-term rental phone number that have not been logged because I believe that there was some difficulty in logging and categorizing those calls that have been made over the term of that phone number being viable. So, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Adrian Patrick Boylan. My address is 10925 Southern Highlands Parkway, but I grew up in the area, and my brother and I are internationally touring recording artists with multiple singles on the Billboard Active Rock charts, and our time at 6th and Franklin has been nothing but positive and creative, and I believe that's something that should be shared with the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, name and address for the record, please.
Hello, my name is Clarice Kuda, and I live at 1113.
Pull the microphone down a little bit. Thank you.
Is that better?
Can you get your last name again?
Kuda.
Okay, thank
and
you.
I live at 1113 South 3rd Street, Apartment 1, Las Vegas, 89104. I am an artist living and working in this community, as well as a recent graduate of the UNLV Bachelor of Fine Arts program. I was introduced to 6th and Franklin about 2 years ago, and it has been a continuous hub of support for not only the arts within the community, but within the community itself. As an artist who has created work that resides at that location, I am grateful for the opportunity for it to be shared with people from around the world, from visitors to guests. And I believe that 6th and Franklin assists in elevating our city of Las Vegas as a serious facilitator of arts and the community.
But most importantly, these people are invested within the neighborhood. They care about their community, and they encourage courteous and respectful treatment from all that come. And they are also very open to receive any type of feedback from within the neighborhood. And I am very much in support of this proposal.
Thank you. What's your name and address for the record, please?
Hi there, my name is Lauren Urbastando. I live at 2715 West Pebble Road. I'm here to support Joey. First, going to his house, I have met amazing people from all over the world, very talented. He has a beautiful space for people to create, and I have also met a lot of the neighbors, and he's always very friendly with the community in his neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ryan Patrick Boylan, address 2522 Palma Vista Avenue. All my experiences at 6th and Franklin with Joey and Janelle have been nothing but professional and actually made me feel more a part of the community, and I feel that they're a very important aspect of the growth in downtown and the essence of community. They've always done a great job in making us feel welcome as born and raised artists, and every time I've gone there, there's been nothing but success and more development for me as a professional artist. So it's been a very great experience, and never have I felt that Joey's establishment, his home, has been a place to go party, but more so a place to meet artists and professionals of the same kind of path. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? See Mr. Figler?
Thank you. Mr. Chairman and members of the Planning Commission, you just heard some wondrous...
Name and address.
Oh, sorry, David Figler, 1302 South 6th Street. This is 1301 South 6th Street. I am the closest to this property. It's less than 10 feet away. I think you heard some really interesting and wonderful arts and cultural folk who didn't say a thing about an STR to this commission. They talked about what a great guy Joey is. I'm not going to dispute that. Joey's a very interesting individual since he moved in. I've been at that house since 2000. They seem to be applying for a arts and cultural center in a residential neighborhood, and that's what this property is. They didn't talk about the STR aspect of it. Mr. Vanis is very entrepreneurial. There are a number of businesses that operate out of the anchor STR. The STR gives him the platform to be able to promote it internationally. I just want to share a very common anecdote that is my daily existence in my neighborhood, the historic John S. Park neighborhood. I'll come home with my partner, and there are cars lining the road up and down both sides. Also down the side street of Franklin. There are people wandering back and forth between the house at 1301 and elsewhere. They're talking in the street, they're going around. Sometimes we have to maneuver around them to get into the house. About a month and a half ago, we came home. Instead of just attending to our daily affairs and taking care of the dog, taking the dog out, making dinner, we just went over because we saw an individual poised in front of the gate at my neighbor's house, 1301. This is a person I'd never seen before, and he was holding a clipboard. So my partner and I went over and asked, what's going on? All these people coming and going. It's a private event, sir. Well, what's it for? Sir, are you invited to this event? No, I'm not. Well, you need to move on. I need to move on from in front of 1302 South 6th Street, my home. This is what goes on there. They're not shy about it because there's an interpretation, apparently, of the code that says that they can have these events all the time, and this is a matter of dispute. Because I, as a resident, don't know if this is related or not to the STR. I do know that the STRs have parking regulations. I knew that the STRs are not allowed to have events at the thing. And this is, and every letter of support, I would venture to say, comes from someone who has been at an event, at a community event, at a party, at this particular home, and they like it. And I don't blame them. It's a beautiful 4,000 square foot double lot property. But there are a lot of deficiencies that are there. They're not shy about posting online exactly what occurs inside. And they want to say, well, we do this for the community, we do it for free, and I appreciate that's the comments, but how do we know that? I mean, here's the thing. There are people who have testified here today in support. These are the videos, if I might just play this quickly, that are posted repeatedly online, and that doesn't even start to touch on all the advertisements. This is across the street from my house in the residential historic neighborhood. Can we zoom in on that?
All right, Mr. Figler, let's go back to some points on this. I mean,
sure. So the points that I'd like to make is that this is an advertisement for a commercial brand of something called O-Vape or O-Pen Vape. They have launch parties for private products. They want to tell you they do that for no compensation whatsoever. That is not vettable, that is not verifiable, that is violation of the STRs. They, in the application, have a listed, and if you look at the applicant's plot, claims that there are 8 parking spots. Those are not there. I was just on the property a month ago. There are 3 trailers that were in the backyard that aren't supposed to be there. There appears to be a power trench to one of the one of the Airstreams. There are admissions through the last year and a half of the STR usage that there has been no parking on site at all. That is a constant and steady violation, and I don't believe that the applicant will deny it. I think the applicant is promising you that for the future they're going to have those 8 spots, but those 8 spots haven't even started to be created yet. The applicant has indicated that he has rented at some point up to 7 spaces at that property. The application says 4. He says he's not going to do that anymore. They've admitted in letters that I've forwarded to the Planning Commission that they've done these things in the past, that they've rented the casita, that they've rented the Airstreams in the past, but that they promised they're not going to do that anymore. They claim that the brand launch things, and if I might just very briefly.
David, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up quickly on, on the points, please.
Sure. That when he claims that there is no official STR renter on property, that the SUP resorts back to just a regular residential property where he could do what all of us do. He claims that when he is allowing as many parties, events, photo and video shoots, meetups for Choice Center University, yoga and meditation events, car share service, which is shown visibly in his application called Evolve, record release parties, music performer mixers, that he's not doing it for compensation. And how am I, as the neighbor, supposed to verify that one way or another? And how can staff verify that one way or another? And so this is the problem, is that this is a great concept for a community center, a cultural center, but it does not belong with an STR as its anchor. And because he has elected to seek a commercial use of this home, he has scrutinized, he has set himself up for the scrutiny of this Planning Commission. Now, if it were just to operate as an STR without any of these other things, and it were to have on-site property and all the other requirements, you don't get this type of opposition from me or any of my neighbors who have set forth. The neighbors directly to my right, directly to my left, who have sent in. Mr. Sims sent in. He has been there since 1951. I think that if the, and this is my final thought, if the Planning Commission puts down reasonable conditions upon it so that we don't have this ambiguity, and you can do that because he has subjected himself to it being a commercial property. If, for instance, you do not allow the SUP to take place until staff has verified that there are 8 on-site parking spaces inside the interior of the property consistent with the application. And so if it doesn't show up, then they can't operate as an STR. That would motivate them to actually do it, and then have the condition that all residents have to park in those 8 spots. With regard to the events, There was some comment from the applicant that he just has to call the city and let them know that's going on, but that does nothing for the neighbors if that's even accurate.
Mr. Figel, I need you to wrap up, please.
Okay, we'd ask for a condition of notice and approval, which would list any business brand or promotions that's occurring within a 660-foot radius. We'd ask that the trailers be verified to have been removed. We ask that there be a condition that the casita and any trailers not be used for any rental or sleeping. We ask that if there is a power trench on the property, that it needs to be removed. We're asking for a review in 6 months to see if there are any verifiable violations or if the condition's been met, and we'd ask for a requirement of cleanup after the events. I think that would be a reasonable compromise so that Mr. Vanas and his friends can operate their what's essentially a community center with an STR anchor to it, and have the ability for city to enforce its codes as written.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you, and thank you for that extra time.
Yeah. Get your name and address for the record, please.
Mike Brown Sestero, 1411 South 9th Street. I live just outside the notification area. And for the record, David, I wasn't invited to the party either. I find it interesting that this would be the 17th business to be licensed at this address. A lot of these businesses seem to be some sort of consulting business, and I'm not against home-based business. I have a home-based business myself. I am a consultant. In the 2 years I've been in business, I have had one visitor to my home office, and they were there for a total of 45 minutes. I understand neighbors have sensitivity to that. I run by this house 2 to 3 times a week. I ran by it today. I can assure you there are no 8 parking spaces available. As a matter of fact, the picture that you saw earlier of the smart cars all parked along Franklin, that is very typical. That is a very common sight on both the 6th Street side and the Franklin side, is cars parked in the street. This intersection is a particularly busy intersection for children going to and from John Park Elementary. It's an intersection that it's one of the intersections when I'm running, I turn my music off as I approach it because I have to pay attention to traffic. There's already a lot there. I don't understand how you have 17 businesses there.
Anything else, Mr. Sestero?
Under an STR, and additionally, I just find it ironic that all the people that are in support for what we used to derisively call the party house are saying, no, let it stand because they throw great parties. This is it's just not, it's not appropriate for the neighborhood. There's already enough going on there, and if he's already been doing it 2 years and hasn't taken the corrective action that he said he would, or corrected the conditions that he's been told aren't allowed, we have no promise it'll happen now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. I'm Jack Levine, 1818 8th Place. I generally am opposed to commercial intrusion into the residential neighborhoods in whatever form or shape it is. If I could wave my magic wand, the short-term rentals would go away altogether. We passed rules. They haven't violated the 660-foot rule, but it just seems to me that this is a commercial intrusion into my neighborhood, and so that's why I'm opposed to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Name and address for the record, please.
Corey Fagan, 9040 Hickam. I work heavily in the downtown community, and I'm here to say that I've witnessed Janelle and Joey as outstanding community members who care deeply about their neighbors. And I would also like to say, in regards to everything that I've heard this evening, that we are living in a city of change, and bringing people to neighborhoods to have short-term rentals, to experience community within our city, I think is something we should embrace. And people like Janelle and Joey, who care about their neighbors and try to operate efficiently, are people that we would want operating these type of short-term rentals. Thank you.
Thank you. Name and address for the record, please.
Nicole Hester. My address is 1217 South 7th Street. I live a block and a half away from the property. I have a family in a single-family residence. I'm familiar with 6th and Franklin for a few reasons. I'm in support of this because I think people aren't really talking about the STRs, which seem to be running very smoothly and very respectfully within the community. I haven't heard any stories about that to negate that. I feel like it's very safe. I do see some cars parked in every aspect of this neighborhood on the street side, so I don't know how you can tell who belongs to whom. That would be my question. Also, safety in terms of the school has never been an issue in my neighborhood or my side of my street or beyond up to 6th, so I question that as well. And overall, we've had some lovely family dinners at Bob's Tupac's old residence, which I'm sure was wreaking a lot of havoc in the community before it was purchased. But it's a beautiful home. It's been renovated beautifully. It looks wonderful. It looks a little heck of a lot better than it did before. And I believe that the tenants are, yes, community members, but I think these short-term rentals are being handled professionally and positively.
Thank you for your comments. All right, anyone else from the public like to be heard? Janelle, you're sitting on the applicant side, correct?
James Vanis, he's the applicant proper. I'm in support, as a representative.
I need your name and address then for the record.
Wonderful. My name's Janelle Mazza. I reside at 1137 South 6th Street, and I'm in support of this SUP. The concerns of short-term rentals in all neighborhoods, especially our own, are very valid. We don't want short-term rentals invading the neighborhood, them popping up everywhere. That's why it's important that we at 1301 South 6 become the precedent for short-term rentals, the only one that's legal and licensed. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we will close the public hearing portion, turn it back over to the applicant for rebuttal. Joey, I'll give you a little extra time because I let some of the opposition people speak a little longer, so I'll do the same for you, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate all of the comments here. I think what's important to understand a few things. One, we've gone to great lengths to speak to everybody in the neighborhood. We've knocked on every door, spoken to literally hundreds of people to get all kinds of feedback. We've written letters to everybody to help understand what it is that we do. We've listened to all the concerns, addressed them. We've addressed all of the commissioners and made efforts to reach out and speak to everyone in advance. The important thing, I think, in terms of 6th and Franklin and what we do there, I do have home businesses. I don't think I have 17 businesses. That's all news to me. But I have had a few different businesses. I do have a home office, so it's the mailing address for those. We created this space in order to be a free space for some of the artists and the creatives. Everything that I do in my life revolves around that and has revolved around that. So doing that in our own home is not against any codes. We don't have these commercial events. We have, when we started doing short-term rentals, it was really as a social experiment to bring outsiders into this downtown Las Vegas community and really expose them to all of the things that all the beautiful things that we have. If you've taken the time to look through the packet that we sent you, it very clearly shows how we do promote all of the businesses in our neighborhood, how we support, how we talk about being respectful of the neighbors. We have organized neighborhood cleanups. We've gone to great lengths to be good neighbors, and we started doing this long before short-term rentals. We had what is known as 6th and Franklin in this space operating as such prior to any short-term rental legalization. As soon as it started happening and we started experimenting with it, we very quickly saw the value in it, and we went and we got licensed. In the initial period, we were renting other spaces. We thought it'd be really cool to do these Airstreams. That was a big trend on Airbnb at the time. We were renting out the pool house in the back, and we were experimenting with all different sorts of things. When we got the license and we learned what was allowed and not allowed, we stopped doing the things that weren't allowed. There hasn't been any renting of any trailers or any power going to them. That Power Trench doesn't even have power. The property has my personal trailer on it right now. Sometimes it's there, sometimes it's not. The vacation trailer, it wasn't there for 9 months, and then I had to go bring it back and make some repairs. So the only thing that is operating as a business or has any sort of revenue attached to it is the short-term rental. Everything else that we have done before is done really for free for our neighbors and for our neighborhood and for our community. We want to continue to be able to do that, and we don't believe we're in violation of any codes here. These references to other businesses, a car rental business, for example, that has nothing to do with me. That's somebody who's in our community who's doing something good and trying to create a rideshare program for the people who can't afford to have their own car. We believe in what he's doing. We promote it, and we put it out on our Facebook page or on our Instagram because we believe in energy saving and ride sharing. This is not a business that has anything to do with us, nor are any of the others. In terms of parking, there are more than 8 spaces on the property. They're behind a big heavy metal gate. We started parking behind that metal gate when we first bought the property as a safety issue. There hasn't been any issues with the cars. I stopped using it about 6 months in. It's just loud and noisy, and it's a bit of a nuisance, to be honest. But we have made a commitment to make sure that the renters of our short-term renters use those spaces. You could probably fit a lot more than 8 cars in there. We haven't really tested that. In terms of anything else that I heard here, I don't think there's anything else we really need to address other than to reiterate that the only business there are home office or the short-term rental. Outside of that, we're just doing what we were doing before. It's also, I think, important to note that previous to getting this license, we were doing a lot more hosting of events and bringing a lot more traffic to the neighborhood. That has subsided probably 75%, I would say, since getting the license. And when we had our walkthrough with code, they informed us that because it's gray area, you can't ensure. You're allowed to have guests over if you don't have a rental and they're your own guests. And Ms. Latanya Webb at Code Enforcement asked us to please notify her when we are going to have guests. So because of this license, every time I want to have more than 12 people, I believe, or 14 people over to the house, we notify the city. That's something we've abided by for the last year and a half or so, since it's been asked of. We've abided by all of the regulations as soon as they've become apparent. These rules are changing as we go. We've been watching for the changes, listening to what we hear for feedback, and abiding by all the changes. We believe that we're operating a very top-notch operation in terms of the short-term rentals, and we're bringing great people into the neighborhood.
Right,
we have the reviews to show it.
I need you to wrap up, Mr. Vanis, unless you have anything specific.
And I guess you have the letter that we wrote you here overall. Also, we did not have a party to try and go get signatures. We walked to every house in the neighborhood and spoke to all the neighbors. We've got 95 people who have supported this application, 40 who have opposed it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I will now turn it over to the commission for discussion, and I guess I'll start. I met with the applicant. I did receive your email pack. I think it was a 32-page kind of summary of what you're doing. I've had conversation with people in opposition. And, you know, historically, I've voted no on short-term rentals in this neighborhood. I mean, just if you go back, I think there might have been one because there was something, clerical issue with the city that I might have voted yes on. But historically, it's largely no. And, you know, as I sit here today, I feel like I'm blurred between what feels like commercial and short-term rental and so when I feel that way, it just, I land back at no. It's just something where it feels like it's too intense when you're having constant events, and it has nothing to do with you as a person. I know the good that you've done in the neighborhood. You've heard testimony of people that have said you've done a great job. But I have to take that out of the equation and look at it as just a land use board. Is this use specific for this, good for this location or not? And so I didn't know where I was, and I felt that after hearing most of the testimony, it takes me back to no, but I did hear from a neighbor, Mr. Figler, what he was kind of proposing, I would say, is a compromise. Because one of the things that has really been a quicker no for me is if there's a waiver within a short term of the 660. This one doesn't have a waiver and has been operating. But again, with all the events, it starts to lend itself more to what feels like an event center. I mean, I can see how someone from the outside looking in, I can see all the positives that you feel like you're bringing out of it, and I've heard testimony with it. And so I guess the question I'd have for you, if you could come back up, is that that proposition of just being a short-term rental and then I guess having everything that's treated at your property fall under the short-term rental special use permit, would that be something that you would agree to?
I'm not sure I understand the question entirely.
Well,
so
if
we've read all of the ordinance for the short-term rentals, and believe we are operating within those ordinances as it relates to the short-term rentals. So I think there's two separate pieces to this, and the one that seems to have the resistance are the things that were existing and happening prior to the short-term rental and really don't have anything to do. It's not guests that are coming in and having cars on the street, right? It's not renters that are coming in and doing that.
I'll say I can't separate the two in my mind. Like one day it's a short-term rental, the next day it's an album release party where there's 50 people there at an event, free, paid for, donation, whatever it is. It starts to, you have a special use permit for something that's a privilege to have, and the next day it switches and those rules don't apply and there's an event, and then the next day it's a short-term rental again, and it keeps happening back and forth. So the only question I had, if there was a chance for me to support it, is that if you would treat your property under all the time under short-term rental rules. So, for example, if you had one of your events and someone called the short-term rental hotline and there was a violation that didn't conform to short-term rental, would you conform to that? Would it apply? Do you feel that it would apply to you? Because for me, it's when it starts to blur between what feels like commercial and short-term rentals, then I'm back to what I've historically voted, which is a no for me. So that's the only question I had for you. And if it's no, it's okay. That's your answer. That's specifically for me, not speaking for anyone else on the commission. So, and quite honestly, if you don't want to answer, you don't have to answer. I can send it off to other commissioners as well. So.
No, that's fine, Sam. I appreciate the question. So, again, we just come back to, so if you're asking if we will operate within the short-term rental guidelines, the answer is yes. And we believe that we are doing that, and when there is any sort of a complaint or if somebody calls, we abide by it and we address it right away. That does happen, that is happening currently. So I guess I would say we would continue to do that if we do want to have anyone over. So if you're asking if I can say if I have the short-term rental, I'll never have more than 12 people at my property, that sounds a little extreme. I'm not sure I can 100% commit to.
And that's fair. And I mean, for me, you have 12 people, you have family over. I know you have a lot of family that you get together, but when it starts to turning into more regular events, it's a kind of a different animal. And I guess a question for business licensing for Mary, how would, if this was an approved short-term rental and they had one of their event nights and someone called the short-term rental hotline because they felt that there was a code violation, how is it treated when they come out there and they say, no, sorry, this is an event, not a short-term rental? How would that be treated?
Mr. Chair, so it's a gray area, unfortunately. So what we're looking at is we don't have anything that's very specific in our code. So when we have short-term renters there, generally what happens is only supposed to be 8 adults on the property. It's a 4-bedroom house, so that means 13 and over. There's allowed to be 8 people, an additional 4 children that are 12 and under. No parties, no events. are allowed. When he's there and he's hosting the event and he's using it as his own personal use, then it comes under regular the guidelines of regular Title 19 for noise disturbance. And that's a little bit of what we're up against over here. And he is correct. He will call us. He'll let us know that he's had an event. I can tell you that since last October, we've had several calls where the neighbors have complained because there's a party going on. The short-term rental hotline has taken those calls. But when we've gone out, we've been able to verify that he's been there, he's been on site, and it's his personal event. So we have not been able to do anything about it, and that's the basis of our code.
Okay, and that's, I guess, and I can see it's everything that you've represented to me before, that you've called every time that there's an event, but again, it just goes back into that gray. There's been a lot of events, and it just kicks me back to where I've historically been, with STRs in this neighborhood. Now, I live just outside the notification area, Las Vegas Boulevard in Charleston on the northwest corner, and I voted for STRs over there, which to me, as crazy as it sounds, is a completely different feeling neighborhood. I mean, it's more commercial, it's more law offices that are over there. I voted for stuff north of Charleston as well for STRs. I would like to hear more discussion from our commissioners. Commissioner Toussaint, I'll let you go.
Well, I mean, I grew up here in Las Vegas. I know this area. My piano teacher was on 6th and Franklin. I used to walk through Circle Park to have my piano lessons 2 or 3 times a week. And I drove by the property. I met with the applicants. I think we're confusing them having a activity at their home when they're there as to what a short-term rental is. Now, from this letter that we got, it says it's going to be owner-occupied if you're leasing it out as a short-term rental. Is that correct?
What was the question, if it's owner-occupied?
Yes.
Yes, I live on the property.
You live on the property, so you're there.
And I'm on the property when I rent it as well. I stay in the pool house out back,
Yeah, I just think
right
that
now.
we're confusing 2 issues. We have a short-term rental and what those guidelines are, and what you do as the owner when you have events. Now, personally, knowing the neighborhood the way I do and growing up here, I probably wouldn't be happy with all those events in my neighborhood. I just wouldn't. And I'm sure, I know that what you do is great for the artists. I have artists in my family, I have actors in my family, and I understand that they would love something like this. But I'm really conflicted right now, so I just don't know what I'm going to do. I think we're confusing 2 issues, your issue with having a short-term rental and having your events. So I'd be interested to hear what Commissioner Roush has to say.
Commissioner Roush?
I always have something to say, right?
Always.
Joey, you and I have talked about this, and we've talked about times are changing, and we're living in a shared economy. You can share your car, you can buy a car, and for the purpose of sharing it, you can share your computer, you can share your home. So these are different times, and I do try to take into account all of the applications that come before us on their merit and their face value. And a couple of things jump out at me, and Commissioner Toussaint, you touched on it. I mean, I think that it's important to keep the issues separate, but yet be mindful of them. So you make it complicated for us because normally, if you already have a business license and you're applying for an SUP, a lot of times we tend to approve that because you've already got the license. And you actually don't have any code violations per se against your SUP. And yet I'm looking at the map, and there's 3, 4 technically, one's just outside the notification area, code violations. So I can see where this neighborhood is getting pummeled, right? And although you may think that's not your issue, you come before us as part of that issue. So you've heard a lot from the neighborhood today, and there's plenty of people that are in support of it, and I get that, and I'm very much sympathetic to that as well. We never know when people come before us what they do to get the approvals or denials that people send in terms of postcards, so we can't rate that. But I would tell you that I agree with Commissioner Toussaint. We are confusing the issues because we can't help it. It's not normal for us to have an applicant come before us that has these types of business activities happening in a property that they also occupy. Normally it's a slam dunk for me. If you occupy the property, you bear the greatest risk of the short-term rental. So from my point of view, from just a sheer short-term rental approval process, I'm with you. You're a great short-term rental operator. You're there all the time, and you don't have any code violations against you. I think what we need to be looking at as a body is, what are the other violations and what bucket do they fall into? They fall into noise attenuation and issues that have to do with just being a good citizen and being a good neighbor. So I would advise you that if you're going to have a security detail on the street, don't hassle your neighbors, maybe make them aware of who the neighbors are, or maybe just let them know that, hey, yeah, we're having an event tonight. We're here to help protect you. We're here to help make sure that things are calm around here. We want to keep the peace as well. If there's an operator that you're trying to help that has smart cars and they don't have anywhere to park them, parking them on the street in the neighborhood's not the right solution. Let's come up with a better solution. So I guess what I'm saying to you is, work with us and let us put some conditions on you today so that we can approve you, because I think you are a good short-term rental operator, but you're antagonizing the neighborhood and you're antagonizing the city by your methods of, I'm going to say, disruptive entrepreneurialism, because I know that you're a very creative thinker, and I don't want to squash that, but I don't want to harm your neighbors either. So I'm not going to make the motion tonight, but I would be supportive of a motion that included some conditions to try to curb some of the activity in the neighborhood with a 6-month administrative review so that we can bring it back and make sure we can see how you're doing. Those would be my comments. And I think we've got other comments up here before you respond, and then you're going to get to have a rebuttal to everything.
Mr. Chairman,
Possibly.
I guess my question is, the only thing that is before us today is the short-term rental. So anything else that's happening on the property, we can't address that today. Is that correct?
That's correct, Commissioner.
That's correct. So the only thing we can do today is the short-term rental. The other problems will have to be addressed by somebody else at some other time. Is that correct?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay,
but Council, wouldn't it be appropriate to put conditions on the short-term rental to the extent that they're operating parties during the time that it's having a short-term rental, or?
As long as the conditions bear some nexus to the actual short-term rental.
To the short-term rental, exactly.
Yes,
and that is the challenge here,
Yes.
because a lot of those events you're hosting while you are in possession of the property, not while it's being operated as a short-term rental. So, we get the rub here.
Okay. Anyone like to make a motion?
Is there anyone else, or can I address these two ladies and their comments?
Sure, I'll give you a quick minute.
Okay. And listen, we understand it's a little bit different case. Again, I think I agree with Commissioner Toussaint. These are two separate things, and we're abiding by and doing the best we can by all the rules on both sides. The interesting thing to me really is the fact that that the things that seem to be the points of resistance are cars or traffic or events, and actually having this short-term rental license on here has alleviated probably 75% of that traffic and those events. We used to have things every week. Listen, this is just what I do. I bring people together. This is who I am. I can't stop being who I am, whether I'm in my home or anywhere else. That's why I was put on this earth. So with that being said, because of the short-term rental, we've cut back drastically on all of these things that seem to be the points of contention. We're also hyper-aware, which we were before, but we're even more aware because there are more consequences to being even better neighbors than we think we already were. So with that said, thank you guys for your time. I know it's been a long hearing. Thank you guys all for being here.
We're going to turn it over to the commission. Anyone like to make a motion? Commissioner Schlangen is abstaining from the application.
All right, I'll take a stab at it if you'd like. All right, I gotta get my glasses. I'm old lady again. I'm going to make a motion for approval for item number 45, ZON 74107.
It's item 40.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm on the wrong item. I don't know what happened there. 7380. Thank you. So we're going to make a motion for approval on number 40, SUP 73880, with a 6-month administrative review, please.
So motion on the floor, please cast your vote.
Mr. Chairman, through you,
Staff.
The condition would be that an administrative review shall be conducted 6 months from issuance or from the Final approval.
Of,
From final approval of this.
oh, final approval, because it goes to city council. Okay. Okay. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that item will go forward to City Council and be heard as a part of their City Council agenda on 10/17/18.
All right, we've been going over 2 hours. We're going to take a quick break and come right back. Thanks.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to call the meeting back to order here. And we are going to go to item number 41, MDR 73901, applicant owner Howard Hughes Company LLC for possible action request for development plan review for Summerlin Village 22 at the southwest corner of Lake Mead Boulevard in Clark County, 215, Ward 2. Staff recommends approval. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the proposed development plan meets the criteria required by the Summerlin Development Standards and has been approved by the master developer. The concentration of commercial uses and higher residential densities along Summerlin Parkway and Clark County 215 will provide continuity from the urban core concept of Village 21 and are appropriate for this transportation hub. Lower density uses will be adequately buffered from the urban area by major streets and open space. No deviations to the Summerlin improvement standards are proposed at this time. Staff therefore recommends approval. Please note there were additional protests submitted after publication.
Thank you. Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. I'm here representing Howard Hughes. This is Village 22, as you can see on your monitor. In Village 22, we have approximately 400 acres of property that is coming in for development. Staff is recommending approval. The location is in between Lake Mead to the north, and to the south is Summerlin Parkway, and on the east boundary is the Beltway, the 215. Staff is recommending approval, and we are asking you to follow those recommendations.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on this item? Seeing no one from the public, I'll close the public hearing, turn it over to the commission for discussion. Commissioner Roush?
I'm good with it.
All right, would you like to make a motion?
Let's make a motion. Item number 41, MDR 73901. Motion is for approval.
All right, there's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes.
And I also would like to thank Howard Hughes Corp. For their good stewardship of all that they do in Ward 2. Thank you.
All right.
And thank you, Julie Cleaver.
And that motion carries.
Thank you.
Director?
My apologies, Mr. Chairman. That will move forward to City Council and be heard at the October 17th, 2018 City Council meeting.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 42, ZON 74058, applicant Serenity Birthing Center, owner Christopher D. Sullivan, for possible action request for rezoning from PR to O office at 332 South Jones Boulevard, Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. The related item 43, VAR 74059, for possible action request for a variance to allow a 5-foot side yard setback where 10 feet is required, and a lot width of 65 feet where 100 feet is required. Ward 1, staff recommends denial. And related item 44, SUP 74060, for possible action request for a special use permit for hospital use 2-bed birthing facility. Ward 1, staff recommends denial. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing a 2-bed birthing center with overnight care. The use is classified as a hospital, which has prompted a request to rezone to office. The office zoning district would allow for future development that may not be harmonious with the adjacent parcels in the professional office and parking district that is established on the east side of Jones Boulevard. It would not be compatible with the adjacent residential properties to the east. The current lot width and side yard setbacks are not consistent with the office zoning district, as the lots along Jones Boulevard originally contained single-family dwellings and are intended to maintain compatibility with the adjacent single-family properties to the east. Furthermore, the hospital use allows for overnight care and 24-hour activity, which is too intense for this area. For these reasons, staff recommends denial of all items. Please note there were additional documents of support submitted after publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address, please, for the record?
Good evening, Commissioner and Commission. Doug Rankin, 1055 Whitney Ranch Road, Suite 210, Henderson, Nevada, on behalf of the applicant. The location is on Jones Boulevard, which is located between Alta and the US 95. In regards to the land use, The land use along Jones Boulevard is designated for office and service commercial. Our location is right here. Our location, we're requesting a zone change that is in conformance to the land use recommendation of office along this corridor. The PR zoning along Jones Boulevard has languished over the last 20 years and hasn't fully developed under the PR zoning, which makes a zone change appropriate along this location as it hasn't fully developed under that zoning category. There is no direct access to the residential from our location. To the east, and we're separated by Jones Boulevard, a high-capacity primary arterial from the west, thereby creating that separation. The proposed zoning is consistent with the land use designation of office, and it is also consistent with quite a few policies of the 2020 master plan, including goal number 2, which indicates that mature neighborhoods will be sustained and improved through appropriate and selective high-quality redevelopment and preservation. These neighborhoods in this area, which is in the revitalization area, located approximately here at this location, that neighborhoods be encouraged to revitalize through a variety of incentives, including the relaxation of setback requirements. Objective 2.6, to improve the appropriate and quality of infill development on underutilized lands. It also meets the objective of 2.2 to ensure that low-density residential land uses within mature neighborhoods can exist in close proximity. The O office zoning is such a category that indicates the office category provides for small lot office conversion as transition along primary and secondary streets from residential and commercial uses. And finally, policy 4.12, that the city assists local technologies, in particular medical technologies, to expand and grow. As such, this is an appropriate location for such zoning. Once again, our variances are existing situations. We're not expanding the building. We're not making it bigger. We have 8 parking spaces where 3 are required. We need a side yard setback because that's the existing condition of the building. And our lot width is 65 feet where O office requires 80 feet, or 100 feet, I'm sorry. The building itself has existed this way, was converted from a single-family home in 2003, and is quite nice to look at. Mr. Sullivan has done a great job with his conversion, and he's occupied that space since then. Our floor plan indicates 2 birthing rooms to be utilized. Hospital is the category we fit into because we're not by appointment, and we have overnight stays up to 36 hours by state law. We can't be there longer with the mother. And I have April Clyde with us tonight, who's going to be the operator, and she's going to go into a little detail on how a birthing center operates.
Good evening. I'm April Clyde. I'm a women's health nurse practitioner and nurse midwife. I have my nursing degree from UNLV and have been helping welcome babies in Las Vegas for the past 20 years. I've attended over 3,000 births over my career. Most of what my practice has been for the past, I've worked as a labor and delivery nurse in hospitals and then as a nurse midwife in hospitals, and 12 years ago opened my own practice delivering babies at residents' homes. And so that's, for the last 12 years, that's what I've been doing. I have a lot of clients that this doesn't work well for, that they live in an apartment, they live at their parents' house, they live lots of reasons, or I have clients that live in Pahrump or Overton, and I don't travel out to those areas to attend births in their homes, that would really like to have an out-of-hospital birth, but that's not an option. We would be Nevada's first freestanding birth center. And so this would be really small volume, that most of my clients would still opt to birth in their own homes. But this would give an opportunity for women that if their own home wasn't a good option for birth for them, that they could come birth at our center. I'd also like to add, I have shaken hands and knocked doors with all of the residents immediately behind us and across the street, and have only had positive feedback, especially when they understand. I think what conjures up when you hear hospital is high volume, in and out. This is not, you have to be an existing client of the practice. It's not like someone off the street can come and deliver a baby there. And like I said, we're looking to have pretty small volume.
April, can we get your address for the record, please?
7994 Lookout Rock Circle.
Thank you. Anything else you guys like to add?
No, that concludes our presentation.
Great, thank you very much. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this item? Need your name and address for the record. If there's anyone else in the audience that'd like to come up too, we have 3 microphones. Hi.
Hi,
Can I get your name and address, please, for the record?
Clarissa Luna, 6201 Hargrove Avenue.
Clarissa, can you spell your last name?
Luna, L-U-N-A.
Thank you. Are you for or against?
I am for, and I am really supportive of the upcoming first and accredited and freestanding birth center. And
Mr. Chair?
it is
I don't think some of the commissioners can hear.
Could you speak into the mic there?
It is providing and creating more birth options in our community. I reside across the street from Marabelli Community Center, and on and off I see mothers finding a way to nurse and into the community, just waiting with their children. And I, on a constant basis, am promoting this option and how it is going to be an oncoming futuristic birth option. And I know April personally, and I know she's so passionate. It's actually her birthday today, and she is really, really excited to just be all in 2 feet. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. Get your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Alicia Rebson at 3017 Ashby Avenue, and I am for the birth center. As a mother and as a woman, a part of this community, this gives options to our families to be more involved and to be hands-on into their own birth journey. I believe this facility is a perfect size to start out and to continue to support our birthing community.
Thank you. I know Alicia. Hi. Thanks. Anyone else from the public like to be heard? Seeing no one else, I'll ask the applicant to come back up. And I'm going to turn over to the commission for discussion. Commissioner Toussaint.
Well, I think this is a need. This is a need that we should have had a long time ago. My 3 youngest grandkids were born in birthing centers. They're 9, 6, and 4, and we have a new one coming in March, and this is something that my daughter-in-law would love. She doesn't like being in hospitals. More and more women now are wanting the alternate birth experience where they're not in a hospital, where they can have their family members there. I think this is a great project. I love this project. Ask me how I feel about it. I love it. I think this is a need that should have been here a long time ago. So you will have my support on this tonight. Thank you.
And I'll also quickly add, while staff does recommend denial, I will also be supporting it. I can see one birthing room on the floor plan and more than enough parking, and I realize it's not going to be that intensive a use going just down to office, so I also will be supporting. Commissioner Schlafman?
Yes, I concur, and I feel that everything in the neighborhood is either professional office or office, so I don't have an issue with this. And so if there's no other comments, I'd like to make a motion.
Please do.
On item number 42, ZON 74058, subject, I move for approval, subject to staff's conditions.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
And item 43, VAR 74059, I would move to approve, subject to staff's conditions.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
And on item 44, SUP 74060, I'd move to approve, subject to staff's as-if approved conditions.
This motion on the floor, please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, those items will move forward to City Council and be heard at the October 17th, 2018 City Council meeting.
Thank you for your time and consideration. Next time I'm bringing puppies.
Thank you.
Happy birthday, April. Okay, moving on to item number 45, ZON 74107, applicant owner 7th Street Management LLC for possible action on a request for rezoning from R1 to PO at 708-714 South 7th Street, Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Related item 46, SDR 74080, for possible action request for site development plan review for proposed 15,912 square foot office building with waivers to allow a front yard setback of 10 feet where 20 feet is required, a 0-foot wide landscape buffer along the west property line where 8 feet is required, 46 parking spaces where 54 are required, a three-story, 43-foot tall building where 2 stories or 30 feet is the maximum height allowed, a residential adjacency setback of 90 feet where 120 feet is required, and a lot coverage of 65% where 50% is the maximum allowed. Ward 3, staff recommends approval, and I will disclose that I live just outside the notification area, but I will be voting on the item, and I will take the staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant has proposed to construct a 3-story office building on 2 undeveloped lots within the Founders District of the Downtown Master Plan. The proposed rezoning to professional office allows for land uses that are compatible with the existing surrounding land uses, and the area is no longer suitable for new single-family uses. The proposed development is consistent with the Downtown Master Plan and supports the goals for the Founders District. The requested waivers are minor in nature and would not affect compatibility with the existing development in this area. Therefore, staff recommends approval of all items. Please note there were additional documents of protest and support submitted after publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you get your name and address for the record, please?
Good evening, Laura Drea, 520 South 4th Street. I'm here with John Burke, the architect. These items come to you with staff recommendation for approval. The site is located within the Vision 2045 Downtown Master Plan, specifically within the new business improvement sub-district. As the staff report reads, the rezone and design are consistent with the goals of this long-term Vision 2045 plan. More important, the property owners to the north and south that are most affected by the side setback waivers and the interior landscaping waivers have submitted letters stating they support the design as proposed. I have architect John Burke with me to answer any specific design questions that you may have.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this item? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing and turn it over to the commission, and I will quickly start off by saying I will be supporting staff's recommendation for approval. The one question I have for the architect, Mr. Burke, is there lighting in the alleyway on the building?
Yes, there will be.
There will be? Okay.
Of course.
That was the one important thing to me, I think, living in the neighborhood and understanding it. So, Commissioner Schlauman?
Yes, Chairman, through you, I've reviewed this. The parking is almost there. It's a lot better than a lot of projects that I've seen in the past. So I'd be willing to support this and be willing to make a motion.
Please do.
On item number 45, ZON 74107, move to approve subject to staff's conditions.
This motion on the floor, please cast your vote. That motion carries.
And on item 46, SDR 74080, move to approve subject to staff's conditions.
This motion on the floor, please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, those items do go forward to City Council at the October 17th, 2018 City Council meeting.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 47, VAR 73728, applicant owner Neely New for possible action or request for a variance to allow a 5-foot tall solid fence along portions of the front and side property lines within the front yard setback area where such is not allowed at 1925 Silver Avenue, Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant has fastened metal panels to the existing wrought iron fence along the driveway portions of the front fence and on a portion of the western side yard fence within the front yard setback area. Prior to the installation of the solid metal panels, the existing wrought iron fence was in conformance with Title 19. The hardship in this case is self-imposed as the request is preferential and not related to the physical characteristics of the site. Staff therefore recommends denial, and note there were additional documents of protest and support submitted after publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address to the record, please?
Hi, my name is Neely Nu. I live in 1925 Silver Avenue. The reason I would like to have the gate blocked is for two reasons, mainly the crime in a neighborhood and privacy. Lately, the crime in the neighborhood really raised pretty much. Also, there are two issues. It's the front yard and it's the side property line that the neighbor claimed that this is his property line and this is his fence. This is not true. My house built in '59, and the owner said this is the both property line and the fence. On both sides of the property and the front, the fence is identical. So there are separate issues between me and my neighbor and the issue of safety in the front. Now, between the two gates, there are fence with greenery. Most of the year, it's not dense. And fall and winter, it's completely naked, so you can see the house if it's police wants to, if it's emergency or something like this. Also, on both gates on the outside, it's a keypad with, so I don't mind to give the police the code for the gate in case if they need to go inside the property.
Okay. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on this item? If I could just have you step aside and get your name and address for the record, please.
Kirby Wells, 2001 Silver Avenue. I'm the neighbor that Ms. New is referring to. I've looked at her application and it says allow a 5-foot tall solid fence along the front and the sides of her property, and she's already done that illegally, of course. She's erected these tin panels and affixed them to the wrought iron fencing, including my fence, which was on my yard, and I can prove that because I have a permit that was the previous owner had back in 1980 to erect that, and the fencing is different. The tops are different, so she's not telling you the truth about the fact that the side fence that she, without asking my permission or even telling me about it, erected these ugly, gross metal panels to block. The reason she's doing this, obviously, is so people can't see into her front yard and see that she's illegally running a short-term rental business. She got fined by the city commission earlier this year, $75,000 for that. I don't know whether the city is going to move forward to doing anything about that, but I sure as heck am, because it looks terrible. It's just, it's an outrage. And her MO always is break the law and then come and ask for permission or forgiveness. So I'm very much against this application, and I would hope that the city, maybe the city's already, the code enforcement may have given her a citation, and that's what prompted her to file this application, because this fencing has been up since March. It was erected either on March 18th or March 19th, and I'm very much against this. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Yeah,
I have one more person. I just need you to step aside. It's the public hearing portion.
Sure. My name is Doug Laidlaw. I reside at 1540 Pine Street, which is also in the Scotch 80s neighborhood. This is a neighborhood that's historical and is comprised exclusively of single-family dwellings with either no fencing in their front yard, like the mayor and her husband have on the corner of Banny and Birch, or very open wrought iron fencing without ugly metal panels. So This improvement or alteration that this particular resident has made is not in character with the intent of the design of the neighborhood or of the specific zoning ordinance. Residents like Jerry Lewis and Tony Shea have lived in this neighborhood and haven't put up big walls to protect their privacy. They haven't needed to. Yes, we've had some issues with crime, but that's something that happens in most neighborhoods in Las Vegas, and allowing a single resident to address a citywide crime issue like this would not be a good solution. So I'm very much opposed to this particular application and support the staff recommendation for denial. And finally, I really hope that when her application is denied, that removal of these panels takes place in a very timely manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public like to be heard? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing portion, and I'll give you a quick minute if you'd like to have a rebuttal.
There are 5 houses in Scotch 80. They have solid walls with solid gates. And I have the pictures here with me.
Neely, is there anything else you'd like to add specific to your application?
I don't know what to say. It's not ugly. It's not, I mean, the front is completely open. Compare 5 residents in Scotch 80, they're completely blocked.
Okay. Okay, so we will close this portion and turn it over to the commission for discussion.
And I would like to know why they have a permission to do that and not me.
I'm gonna close the public hearing, or close the hearing portion, turn it over to the commission. We're here to discuss your specific application, not other neighbors. There could be other neighbors that aren't conforming, but that's not what we're here to discuss. We're here to discuss your application before us today. Is there anyone on the commission that would like to start off? Commissioner DeSalvio.
I'll take a shot at it. I literally go up and down Alta, Oakey, because I'm right off of Sahara and Jones, my office, so I'm constantly cutting through that neighborhood. And I can tell you right now, there's numerous houses with gates like that. Now, it might not be aesthetically pleasing to some, the way it was designed, but at the end of the day, there's fences that are even taller than what she's proposing before us today. I can't speak on what was stated by your neighbors as far as short-term rentals. I could really care less, to be honest with you. It has nothing to do with this application. I could support it only because of the fact that I know for a fact there's numerous houses that have the same kind of fencing, if not taller. And then in your application, you're asking for those fences, but yet if those trees go dormant in the winter, you can see clear through. So technically, in my eyes, it's not a confined space, basically. So I support it.
Thank you. I do have one question for council. Do we have ours? Yep. As far as the issue between neighbors, I mean, obviously we can't solve that there. That's something that they have to work out on their own through court of law or whatever it is that they work out. Is that correct?
I mean, depending on where it is, they'd have to probably get some kind of surveyor to go out there and survey the property, determine exactly whose property line the fence lies on. But that's going to be a neighbor-to-neighbor dispute, Chairman, that you won't be able to solve here.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Roush?
I just had a question for Mary McElhone. Mary, do we have any records on this house for short-term rental violations or inquiries at all?
Commissioner Rouse, for the record, Mary McElhone, yes. This is the location, 1925 Silver, that was fined by City Council. I believe it was back in February, it may have been March of this year, for $72,500 for running an illegal short-term rental operation.
And have we collected any of that?
I believe we have maybe recovered a very tiny portion of that.
So it was confirmed that this house was operating as a short-term rental, and you have the evidence for that by finding it online, being offered online and such?
Yes, we ended up going through a search warrant process through Airbnb and HomeAway and VRBO, who provided us the documentation to present before City Council.
Well, then, with all due respect, shame on you for lying to us.
I'm sorry?
Your house has been fined for being a short-term rental, and you sat up
A
here and
long
you
time
said...
ago, not now.
Well, I'm sorry, but that is the fact.
We're not talking about that, we're talking about the
Neely,
fence.
Please.
I don't understand what you're saying.
I need, please. Commissioner Toussaint?
So the issue here is the fence, and that's the only thing that we can consider right now. So anything else is not germane to the issue. And I agree with Mr. DeSalvio, Commissioner DeSalvio, that I drive this area all the time, and there are a lot of properties that do have these fences. Do I like them? No, I don't. I really don't. But with saying that, you know, if you have a problem with your neighbor, there's a neighborhood justice center. They can help you work this thing out. It's free. It's called Clark County. They can help you with that. But I will support this even though I don't want to.
Oh, and I will quickly say, you know, I see in our backup a host of issues that have happened in the past with building permits and the STR and some type of additional block wall that was constructed. Pardon? In this construction as well. And it seems like there is a neighbor-to-neighbor issue that you know, wasn't really talked about and resolved, and so I am sitting just with staff's recommendation at the moment. So if anyone would like to make a motion, we can keep this going.
I'll make the motion if you want. Item number 47, move for approval on VAR 73728.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion doesn't carry.
Opposite. That's a tie vote, so the motion fails.
So the motion fails.
Yes. And I'm assuming the alternate motion would also fail, but you're welcome to make an alternate motion if you'd like.
And if there isn't an alternate motion?
Then you'd go with no recommendation to the city council.
As denial?
Yes.
Okay.
No recommendation to the city council.
That goes as no recommendation?
Correct, since you tied.
Okay.
Do you want to do an alternate vote as well, or? Probably won't do any good, but.
I'm not seeing anyone.
My apologies. If the attorney's office, if this is denied, this is final tonight, so if we could officially determine whether or not it's denied or not, for the record, that would be good.
So we'll need to do the alternate vote, and if
Yes,
it is
please.
denied, then you'll have to appeal it to the city council.
Correct.
Okay. Can we get an alternate motion? Commissioner Rausch?
I'll make a motion for denial of number 47, VAR 73728.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
So, Mr. Chairman, that item is final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days. So,
I'm sorry, can you explain to me again?
So if you would like for city council to hear that item, hear your case, then you'll need to submit an appeal to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Okay, so I have to appeal, that's what you're saying?
Correct. It's been denied this evening, so it was
Okay.
final action this evening unless you appeal it to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 49, VAR 74025, applicant owner Evans Family Trust. For possible action, a request for a variance to allow a 3-foot rear yard setback and a 9-foot side yard setback where 15 feet is required for an existing patio cover at 6281 Bull Ring Lane, Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant has constructed a patio cover without permits attached to an existing permitted accessory structure. The patio cover extends into the required setback areas. No evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance has been presented, and staff is recommending denial.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address to the record, please?
Hi, Chairman. My name is Valerie Evans, and I live at 6281 Bullring Lane, and I apologize, I'm not feeling very well today.
Sorry to hear that.
My husband and I have had the property for 6 years, and over the course of the last 6 years, we've done a considerable amount of work to the property. We've pulled 9 permits across the property, whether by ourselves or by general contractors that's done work for us on our property. As soon as I found out that this wasn't permitted, I immediately started the process to obtain permits for this patio cover on the back building. There is a little typo in the little letter of justification. It says that my husband paid $400 for it. He actually paid $4,000 for it, so I'm missing a 0. I have letters from the 3 neighbors that are immediately attached to my property that they support this. I would have invited them, but I heard that the city commission goes for like till 4 o'clock in the morning, so they decided not to come. But I appreciate your consideration for allowing us to have our patio cover on the back building.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this item? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing and just start off by saying I appreciate you getting your neighbors' support and pulling your past permits, and I feel like this is something that I will be able to support. Commissioner DeSalvio?
Yeah, if there's no other comment, we support it. We didn't have any, the councilwoman or myself hasn't received any opposition. It fits. It's a rural neighborhood, big property. So I'd like to, if there's nobody else, entertain a motion for approval.
Please.
Entertain a motion for approval on item 49, VAR 74025.
That motion carries. I hope you feel better, too.
Thank you.
Director?
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Okay, moving on to item number 50, VAR 74068, applicant owner Alon Elias for possible action request for a variance to allow a 2-foot side yard setback where 5 feet is required for an existing addition to a single-family dwelling at 4000 San Joaquin Avenue, Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Get the staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is requesting approval of an existing addition to the single-family residence where the previous owner enclosed a carport and added a storage room. Construction was discovered during a routine code enforcement inspection related to a request for a short-term residential rental. No evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance has been presented, and staff is recommending denial. Please note that there are additional letters of protest since publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, good evening. Chad Walker, 8019 Aztec Basin Avenue. Yes, it was actually discovered that we were too close to the property line when the homeowner wanted to do a short-term rental application. Since applying for that, somebody else has actually already obtained that, and they're within the linear feet that's allowed. So he's actually withdrawn that. He's only a part-time resident here. About half the year he's here, about half the year he's back down in California. In essence, what happened, this house is built back in '63. Somewhere along the lines, as long as we can see from the assessor satellite images, this was here as far as both the carport and what originally was a storage unit that was just accessed from the exterior of the building. Those were there, like I say, as far back as we can see. At some point, they were converted. The storage unit becoming a walk-in closet and the carport becoming a family room or a living room type space. The storage unit, which is now a walk-in closet, is the part that's actually too close to the setback. And I understand there's a lot of, there's been people that have supported and not supported this. Just in the notice area, the ones that are highlighted here actually all have similar structures. This is something that's very common in the area. It's something that, originally it was built and people would have converted it over. In this case, it would have been at least a couple of property owners before the current one. We don't know exactly when it was converted. Anyway, in a nutshell, we'd like the setback reduction so that he can keep the walk-in closet as is, and obviously still have to get it permitted, make sure that it meets fire code and everything. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you. This is noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this item? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing and turn it over to the commission. Commissioner DeSalvio.
I just got a question. What property are we talking about? The one on the left of the white wall or on the right?
Well, so
it looks like they're both.
This is, so again, it's kind of ironic. This property here is the one in question. So it's this property here. But this one as well, the patio cover is still too close. And again, all throughout the neighborhood, that's how it is. Whether they're patio covers or storage units, they're all too close. As you can see here, this is the roof of the storage unit, which is now a walk-in closet, but the wall itself goes all the way over to the property line. So it looks like it actually goes all the way over to the property line. From the backside, you can see it doesn't. There is that 2-foot gap. But again, throughout the neighborhood, that's how they all are, is that storage units and patio covers have all been erected at some point, most likely illegally, although some may have gotten permission, I don't know.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions from or comments from commissioners or motions? Anybody?
Item 50, I'll make a motion for approval. VAR 74068.
There's a motion on the floor for approval. Please cast your vote. Thank you, Commissioner DeSalvio, for stepping in. And that motion carries. Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, that item will go forward to City Council and be heard as a part of their October 17th, 2018 City Council meeting.
Thank you.
Moving on to item number 54, SUP 73810, applicant owner Stuart I. Brooks and Paula Sue Brooks for possible action or request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use with the waiver to allow a 0-foot distance separation from a similar use where 660 feet is required at 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard, Unit 1618, Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental use that is not owner-occupied and does not meet the minimum required distance separation of 660 feet from a similar use. There is one other short-term residential rental unit within the separation radius. There have not been any recent code enforcement actions at this site. Due to the required waiver, staff is recommending denial of the use as incompatible. If approved, a condition is added requiring expungement of the special use permit at such time the property is put up for sale. Thank you.
Thank you. Name and address, please, for the record.
Good evening, Chairman Cherry, members of the commission, Matthew Seibert, 630 South 4th Street, here on behalf of the applicants, Stuart and Paula Brooks. So here we are again. I am well aware of the sentiment that the commission has for short-term rentals in the Ogden particularly. Having stated that, I think you guys are all aware of the progress that we made at the building and all of the effort that myself and the HOA, their attorneys, property management, and even the opposition has started to work with us as well in trying to work together to make this work at this specific property. I know that we're very close. I know that we've been working with the councilman, and he has an ordinance that's in the works. It looks like November 7th is going to kind of be the day we see whether or not the ordinance is passed. But obviously, we're optimistic and we're hopeful that it will, and that would create a new framework for mixed-use developments here in Las Vegas, which, of course, the Ogden is. That would allow up to 5% of the building to be used as a short-term rental use. In anticipation of that, and wishful thinking, and very hopeful that this does pass, I would ask for approval of this application. We're so close at the Ogden, and if this guy, if we're able to make this work, which I think that we will be able to in a couple more months, I would like to, see my applicants, be able to move forward with their properties and use them as they intended to use them when they first purchased at the Ogden. I'll answer any questions staff has.
Okay, thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on this item? If you'd like to come up, please come up to the microphone, give your name and address for the record if you're for or against, and I'll give you a minute to say why. I take it you're against.
You betcha.
Yeah.
I'm Linda Raphael. I live at 150 Las Vegas Boulevard North. The proposal that Mr. Siebert is talking about, there is something that's
Could you
being
pull the microphone a little closer to you?
There is something that's being considered, but it would have to pass by a majority of the homeowners. So we're not even anywhere near that, I don't think, because it appears that most of the homeowners, at least from the petitions that we have obtained, are against short-term rentals in the building, period. The unit that he's representing tonight, number 1618, was reported to code last year on June 16th, June 25th, July 13th, and July 21st. They were served with a cease and desist order last November 2017 and have an unresolved code enforcement case as of August 8th. The details are in the supporting documentation on the website with the meeting agenda. Also in the supporting documents, it states that these unit owners met with planning in May to start the application, yet they've been renting all summer. So apparently they had no intention of following the law. This is just another out-of-state investor that has been cheating the citizens of Las Vegas and
Anything else
disrupting the
specific?
lives on the 16th floor.
Okay, thank you for your comments,
you.
Linda. Can I get your name and address for the record, sir?
Yeah, Larry Hawkes,
Hey, Larry.
150 North Las Vegas Boulevard, Unit 1101. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I have a couple of items. One, real quickly, I'll read a brief statement, and then I have a question for the city attorney that I brought up at the city council meeting. First of all, some of our active Ogden is Home members are unable to attend tonight because of previous commitments, are out of town on business or on vacation or attending other events. Many of the residents are determined to make positive changes and are opposed to STRs in high-rise buildings where our privacy and space is being violated by out-of-state investors who rent to strangers. We feel uncomfortable and suspicious of strangers roaming the halls, elevators, and amenities. Please deny this application. I have something that was brought up in regards to a document that is supposed to be provided during the application process. It's been said that perhaps this document should be at the end, but it doesn't really make much sense since it should be coming from the association, and that is Section 5, Title 6, Chapter 75, Section 40, Municipal Code, Section F. If the proposed short-term residential rental unit is located within a gated subdivision or controlled access building that is governed by an owners association, a letter or other documentation from the association acknowledging the proposed use. My understanding, according to the city website, this letter is required during the application process.
Okay.
And I did not see this in the documents.
Thank you, Larry. We'll continue on with the public hearing. Can you get your name and address for the record, please?
Yes. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Ken Allwine, and my address is 150 Las Vegas Boulevard North, Unit 1614. I'm new to the Ogden, so I don't have my shirt yet, but hopefully I will get it. I came to oppose the special use permit based on the reasons that you've already heard tonight, plus my own safety concerns with strangers that are roaming around the halls of the building. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else from the public like to be heard? Seeing no one, I'll turn it back over to the applicant for a quick rebuttal before I turn it over to the commission.
Thank you, Chairman. You know, we've all been here several times before. We've all heard the concerns of the neighbors. I appreciate the fact that they are engaged in their community. You know, that's a good thing. You know, in terms of, you know, the vote and, you know, not having the support there, I think everybody here knows that there is a significant portion of that building that I do not represent. that goes ahead and does short-term rentals there. So I'm sure that when it comes to a vote, those people will probably vote in favor of the amendment to the HOA CC&Rs. You know, I appreciate people being concerned with strangers roaming their halls. We're not trying to oversaturate the Ogden. I've been very selective in the clients that I've, you know, brought forward to the commission. You know, yes, Mr. Brooks did have a violation some time ago. That's when he contacted me. He's filed an appeal on that. We're waiting to hear back from the city of Las Vegas. You know, as far as I'm aware, he's ceased all short-term rental activity, and you know, he contacted me because he wants to do it the right way, just like all the rest of my clients. You know, they were in a unique situation at the Ogden. A lot of them were induced to purchase in that building with the idea that they were going to be able to short-term rent their units. So a lot of them started doing so, and then they got hit with these notice and orders, and that's when all of them went either underground, I guess, or they went forward to, you know, do it the right way, as all my clients have done, and asked for a special use permit. With that, I'll leave it up to you guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'll start off, a quick question for Mary, specific to the question about the letter required about the CC&Rs. Could you comment on that, please?
For the record, Mr. Chair, Mary McElhone, Deputy Planning Director. So what he's referencing to is in Title 6.75.040, paragraph F. And it's as he stated, if the proposed short-term rental is located within a gated subdivision or controlled access building that is governed by an owners association, a letter or other documentation from the association acknowledging the proposed use, and if necessary, granting access to occupants of the proposed rental unit. This must be included in the application, but that's a business licensing application. It's not the special use permit application.
Okay. Thank you for that clarity. And I'll start off by saying, you know, I've, again, historically been no on the votes with the Ogden. And the biggest reason why, and you heard me in the last meeting, I think, if a new multifamily, which we did vote for short-term rentals in a multifamily environment, and I voted yes for it last time, and if there was a new building built that had the infrastructure to support short-term rentals, the transiency and taking into consideration how they'd affect the existing homeowners, or if it's one apartment building, it's at the risk of that owner of that apartment complex to deal with. With the Ogden, as this kind of wave of short-term rentals came in, and it not having any rules in the CC&Rs, it just was kind of overrun by people feeling that they could just come in and do the short-term rentals. And the one person came in with the approval, and now we're at a 0 distance separation. If it was a 500-foot distance separation, I'd still say I don't support it. I did say in the last meeting, though, I never have heard a plan put forward from the people of the Ogden, which is the HOA or the management of it, that would help me to say, yes, I could support something like this. I do know they're working on it. I do know there's conversation happening between council, between opposition, to try to make something happen where there is an amendment in the docs that has clear direction on how a short-term rental can be handled in that environment. But right now, it doesn't have that, and I just can't support the application the same way I haven't supported it in the past. So that's where I sit at the moment with it. Anyone else? Commissioner DeSalvio.
I was just going to say, Mr. Siebert, I don't envy you. You come up here with some of the most difficult stuff, but I do appreciate your tenacity. I really do. I mean, you never give up. That's what I kind of like about when you bring stuff forward here.
Appreciate that, Commissioner. Thank you.
You know, I got to say that if there's a decision that's going to come down, and I'm not aware of it, but you stated that November 7th it could be make or break for what would happen in a building as of such. Why wouldn't you just table this and wait until that decision, and then we would see where that landed after that had been decided? I don't understand why we're trying to put the horse before the cart kind of thing, you know.
May I answer that?
Please.
Chairman? Okay. Commissioner DeSalvio, strategically speaking, I would like to see this get put on the same agenda, city council agenda, as the rest of the Ogden STR applicants that I represent. So at the last city council meeting, I'm sure you're aware the mayor decided to pull all those applications that were going to be held in abeyance, and put them to a vote, or wanted to put them to a vote. And there was quite a discussion up here in regards to Councilman Coffin's ordinance that he proposed. And it was determined at that city council meeting that a final decision would be made by November 7th, possibly earlier. But it was at that meeting that we agreed that we would obey all of the applications that were currently being obeyed till that November 7th date. This was an opportunity to get this application through the Planning Commission and then onto that city council agenda through an appeal.
So I guess I'd ask, Mr. Chairman, so a denial of this still needs to go before city council?
It can be appealed, I believe.
Correct.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. If this item is denied tonight, the applicant would be able to appeal, which, just like the other Ogden applications, because all of them are actually on the council agenda as an appeal of a denial by the Planning Commission. So either action will move this forward to council. I mean, I'm assuming that the applicant will appeal it if you deny it, and so that they'll get their day in council chambers around the time that the ordinance would be up for vote. There's no guarantee that the ordinance reference will be approved and adopted that Councilman Coffin has put forth and that you all saw a couple meetings ago.
And Commissioner DeSalvio, if I could add to, we did, I believe it was last meeting, it was brought forward with the mixed use, and there was a proposal, I believe 5% of the building. I believe we voted no as a commission when it's denial. My comments then is that I didn't have an issue with coming up with some type of ordinance specific to mixed use. I just didn't feel that like limiting it to 5% was necessarily the right thing to do. It's more of like what happens within the building and how they operate, you know, intake people, take people out, security things that happened. And again, I just, for me, I haven't heard anything yet come forward that's solid from the HOA that says we've amended our docs, here's how we're treating it, here's how all the homeowners know where they're at, they've had a chance to vote for it, and that's why I'm still stuck on a no at the moment. So.
Okay, so if I could chime in, Mr. Chairman.
Please.
So man, that's a risky move you're kind of trying to pull. I mean, I'm no attorney or nothing, but I'm just telling you right now, I would have tabled this and waited till it come down the pipe, because I think you're setting yourself up, because like you said, if it's not adopted by that date, what are you going to do?
Well, you know, if it's not adopted by that day, what are any of these applicants going to do? You know, it's you know, we all understand it's an upward battle, and it's something that we've been working very closely with our councilman with, and you know, I trust his judgment, and if he feels comfortable putting all the other applications on that date, you know, I would like to have all my applicants, you know. My applicants have been so patient. You know, I've been dealing with the Ogden here for about a year now, and it's kind of time where, I mean, you know, all these guys, this application had been submitted some time ago. It had missed a planning commission meeting because of an error on the website where he was to pay that day. It was down, so it got bumped to another one, and it's just, you know, the people at the Ogden deserve to have their day at some point, and we've worked very hard, and I'm optimistic that we'll get there, and you know, I would just like to see all of these guys kind of, you know, like just get them all at least geared up so they could all go at once.
All right, Commissioner Schlotman.
Yes, Chairman. You know, pretty much how I stand on the same as Sam. And historically, we've voted against them. So I'd like to see the Ogden get together and come up with a set of rules and figure something out and come to us with clear direction. But until that happens, till City Council gives us clear direction, I'm going to have to follow staff's recommendation for denial.
And before there's the motion, if I could quickly disclose, I live in the same building as the applicant's representatives. Don't be mad in the elevator when I see you, but I will be voting on the item as well.
Great neighbor. I have no complaints whatsoever.
Commissioner Schlotman.
Okay. So on item number 54, SUP 73810, moved to follow staff's recommendation for denial.
Motion on the floor, please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Thank you.
Thanks, Matt.
So once again, Mr. Chairman, that item is final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Okay, moving on to item number 55, SUP 73927, applicant owner Deborah A. Madro for possible action request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use at 520 Sportsman Drive, Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental unit that meets all minimum special use permit requirements of Title 1912. Staff's recommending approval with the condition requiring expungement of the SUP if the property is to be sold. Please note there are additional documents of protest and support submitted after publication. Thank you.
Thank you. And before I turn it over, I will acknowledge that Commissioner Roush had to leave the meeting, and we will be carrying on without her tonight. Can you get your name and address for the record, please?
Good evening. My name is Deborah Madro, and I live at 4037 Mountain View currently. I'm a native of Las Vegas. I was born and raised here. I'm a graduate of Clark High School when it was in the middle of the desert, and also received my degree from UNLV. My husband and I own a very nice home on Mountain View, and our plan is to retire to Sportsman's. But in the meantime, we need to get it ready to sell. So we were hoping to do the short-term rental at Sportsman while we are getting our house ready for sale. I went out and I talked to a lot of the neighbors. Most of them told me that they were renters and they were fine with it. But not everybody. A lot of people did not answer their door. But I do have the brochure that I put in everybody's mailbox on Sportsman Street, if you'd like to see it, that tells them about us, our cards, our contact information, what our intention was. You know, it's like we're not a California investor. We are members of the community. We are Las Vegans. I'm a native. So we are hoping for your consideration.
Okay. If you'd like to turn that in, we'll accept that to the record. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this item? Please come up to the podium. I see one person coming up. That's it, one person, okay. Can you get your name and address for the record, please?
I'm Elizabeth Marich. I reside at 605 Sportsman Drive, and I've lived there since 1977. I went through quite a bit to buy my home there with hopes of retiring there, which I have just recently done. I've always felt very safe there, where I could go out and walk my dog at night, go out in the yard and water plants, whatever. I've always felt safe, but I am not going to feel safe with short-term renters there. Anyway, I hope you will deny this, and I thank you for listening.
Thank you for your time. Anyone else like to be heard? Seeing no one else, I will close the public hearing and turn it back over to Deborah. If you have anything to add before the commission discusses?
Yeah, as you probably can see from the brochure, it's like we are familiar with Airbnb because my husband and I use Airbnb. And, you know, we travel a lot, and we know how to book, and we know how it looks. It's like there is an instant booking icon, so it's like where I could go over to California and find a place, and I could instant book if I wanted, if they have that on the property I'm looking at. We do not plan on doing that. We will vet our guests. And it's like, this is not for party people. This is a small home. This is for people who want to get off the strip. You know, we have a lot of events here in Las Vegas, football tournaments and dance recitals and sports and people coming out to visit their sons and daughters at Nellis. This is what we are trying to appeal to, and we will not use that auto book. We will vet our people. We will not allow parties, events, single people. I mean, this is for families who do not want to expose their children to some of the things that they would be exposed to on the strip. And that is our intent.
Thank you for your comments. I will turn it over to the commission for discussion. Commissioner Toussaint.
Are you going to have a property manager that is managing this property, or are you going to manage this property yourself?
We are. That property manager is my husband.
property manager, your husband?
Yeah, he will be on property.
And you're available 24/7?
24/7. As you can see, both of our business cards are in the packet, and those were given to all of the neighbors.
Have you talked to your neighbors, the people that live in the community?
Well, most of them did not answer the door.
Yeah.
And I
don't
left
answer
the
my door
brochure in
either.
their mailboxes.
Yeah.
And I talked to about 6 of them. I went out for 3 days. The neighborhood is not that affluent. I think there's a lot of renters. I think we would be a boon to that neighborhood, not a detractor. And second, we would be on property. We live 8 minutes away from it. You know, we've had rental properties, and we've had our rental properties destroyed by tenants, destroyed. You know, it's like all we want is to be a good neighbor, have a short-term rental, you know, and get ready to move there. We're going to be living in that community, in that neighborhood. Why would we want to upset our neighbors?
Thank you.
You know, I will add, staff is recommending approval. This would be similar to one that was approved tonight, the one that starts the 660 radius, even though the other one was in a neighborhood that I had concerns about other things that were happening there, so I did vote no for it, but I don't see that happening here. This does go on to City Council. I wish Vice Chair Quinn was here. Like I said previously, she's a great steward of this neighborhood, but I knowing that it does go on to City Council, I personally don't have a problem following staff's recommendation for approval. Commissioner Tucson?
I'll make a motion to approve SUP 73927 with staff's conditions.
So motion on the floor,
And a
please.
6-month review?
And a 6-month review?
Yes.
From the time of licensure?
Mr.
Yes.
Chairman, through you. Once
What is
again,
that?
a 6-month administrative review from the time of issuance of the license.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
And Mr. Chairman, as you indicated, that will go forward to the City Council for their consideration at the October 17th, 2018 City Council meeting. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 56, applicant owner, SUP 73985, applicant owner Olive Knaus, for possible action request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use at 1709 Kasabian Avenue, Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental unit that meets all minimum special use permit requirements of Title 1912. Staff's recommending approval with a condition requiring expungement of the SUP if the property is to be sold. Please note there are additional documents of protest submitted after publication. And I'll turn it over to Mary McElhone with additional information about this site.
Mr. Chair, Code Enforcement has had an active case at this location since June of 2018. A notice and order was issued on August 22nd of 2018 based upon information that revealed that they had an active listing, and it looked like they were renting, or the date struck through September 6th through the 8th. The listing was subsequently removed on August 31st of 2018. Looks like they've had at least 5 stays in May and 1 stay in June. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address to the record, please?
Mr. Chairman, Nathan Taylor, 8414 West Farm Road, represent the applicant here today. I promised Commissioner Schlottman that I would be brief on this one. We have a great operator here. We've resolved any issues that were in the past with code enforcement. There were some listing issues that we took care of. Some of these websites grab these addresses and throw them on other sites. Those have all been resolved. We have a good applicant here, and we just ask that you follow staff's recommendation for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. This is noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard? Seeing no one, I will turn it over to the commission. Commissioner Schlottman.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on this one, I haven't heard from a lot of people, and actually I hadn't heard from anyone, and, you know, I didn't see any. A lot of them in my ward usually will get 20, 30 protest cards, and we didn't on this. It meets all the requirements of proposed short-term rental, so if there's no other comments, we're going to make a motion.
Please do.
On item 56, I move to approve, subject to staff's conditions.
So
SUP
motion-
7395.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Thank you, Commissioners. Have a good evening.
Mr. Chairman, that item will go forward to City Council and be heard as a part of their meeting on October 17th, 2018.
Item number 5774024, applicant owner David Hardy and Molly O'Donnell. For possible action, request for special use permit for existing short-term residential use at 1709 South 6th Street, Ward 3, Coffin. Staff recommends approval. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is operating a short-term residential rental unit that meets all minimum special use permit requirements of Title 1912. The special use permit is required as a result of Ordinance 6585, which required all existing and proposed short-term residential rental uses not eligible for conditional use approval to be approved via the special use permit process prior to July 1st, 2019. Staff is recommending approval. Please note that a corrected photo of the location is available in your printed blue sheet materials, and note that there are additional letters of protest and support since publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Molly O'Donnell, 1709 South 6th Street.
Thanks, Molly. Could you tell us about your application?
Can I give this for circulation? Sorry. Thanks. We have family in the area. We lived on site on the property for...
Could you pull the microphone a little closer to you?
Sorry.
Thank you.
We lived at the home for 3 years ourselves and had to make an out-of-state move for career. We have family in the area, and we stay on site at the property ourselves for up to 2 months a year. We had my daughter's birthday party there this summer. So it's very much still our home. We have a property manager and employ about 9 local people from, gardeners to pool service to housekeeping. We have full security cameras around the perimeter, including audio, ADT, the ring. We've had 0 complaints from our neighbors, and all of our neighbors know we own and operate a legal short-term rental for the past 2 years. And they know that not because they've made complaints, but because we've told them, and our immediate neighbors have supported us. So I'm asking for approval.
Okay. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on this item, please come up to the podium. I see a few people coming up. We have 3 microphones. I need your name and address to the record. I'll give each person a minute if you're for or against, and the reason why, please.
Hi, good evening. I'm Jack Levine, 1818 8th Place. I'm a neighbor and friend of Molly's, and was also a realtor when she purchased the house. This is the kind of short-term rental that we have no objection to in the neighborhood. Doesn't violate any of the variances, any of the distance separations. A great operator. I know all of her neighbors. There is no problem with her at all, and I recommend approval.
Thank you. Can you get your name and address for the record, please?
Sure. Melissa Jacobowitz, 1722 East University Avenue, apartment 3. I just want to also say that I am in support of this because I think that Molly and David are ideal operators of a short-term rental, and actually having this short-term rental enables them to be members of the community and continue to be members of the community here. Like Molly mentioned, her daughter's second birthday party was just there recently with friends and family from the neighborhood. They're still upstanding citizens of the neighborhood, and I think that they do a fantastic job keeping the property clean and well taken care of.
Thank you for your comments. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Kirsten Clark, 544 Canosa Avenue. I'm here in support of Molly and David for their short-term rental. I have been friends with them for quite a few years, and they have always been upstanding members of the community. They've been part of the arts community as well. They maintain their home. It's constantly beautiful. We've driven past it. We drive past it on the way to and from work. It's always maintained. They turn away numerous guests, probably like 45% of the guests, because they base it on the people that they're actually going to take care of their home, because it is their home when they come and visit. So I'd like to support them.
Thank you for your comments. Name and address, please, to the record.
Mike Brown Sestero, 1411 South 9th Street. I support this application.
What was that?
Yep.
Yeah.
And I think I'd like two conditions, and I think they're both automatic. I know they've already been operating under the more recent statute. I believe they have to post their name and phone number and that sort of stuff by the front door in case there's a problem. And then also a 6-month review just to make sure. It sounds like they're on top of it. I don't know them personally. I've heard very good things about them. But yeah, I just think a little bit of caution goes a long way. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, seeing no one else, we will close the public hearing, and I'm going to turn it over to the commission.
Yes,
Commissioner Schlotman.
Chairman, I'd like to make a motion on item 57.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote.
I didn't make the motion.
Oh, I thought you said there's a motion.
I said I'd like to make a motion.
Oh, I apologize. I thought you said there was a motion.
So item 57, SUP 74024, I move to approve, subject to staff's conditions, and adding a 6-month review from the time of issuance of business license, correct? All right.
Thank you, Commissioner. There's a motion on the floor. Now cast your vote.
Mr. Chairman, through you, this one already has a business license, so it would be from the date of final approval.
My motion is amended.
Okay, that motion carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, this item will move forward to City Council and be heard as a part of their hearing on October 17th, 2018.
Thank you. Item number 58, SUP 74026, applicant owner Rebecca Dolman for possible action request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use at 1404 Francis Avenue, Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental unit that meets all minimum special use permit requirements of Title 1912. Staff is recommending approval. Please note that there are additional letters of protest and support since publication.
Can you get your name and address for the record, please?
Craig Palacios, Bunnyfish Studio, 208 South Maryland Parkway. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thanks for having me tonight. I'm here representing the owner. She got this document for a pre-application meeting that said the meeting was on the 25th, so she wasn't able to be here tonight, and she wants to make sure that it was just a mistake and not any kind of desire not to be a part of this process. She has what was an operating short-term rental. Just to give a little bit about the character of the place and the person in her absence. This is a statement that was made on the neighborhood's website, which are usually used for complaints and sort of, people ranting on and on with them. But this person said independently of her property, I have an Airbnb next to me, and it has been a godsend. Before the house was a rundown and people were squatting, now it's been renovated and cleaned up. The short-term rentals are pleasant and respectful, never had one problem. We're not asking for any variances or waivers. We meet all the criteria. She's completely aware of the sorry, I'm forgetting the term that you used, but the conditions, and happy to live up to all of those.
Thank you, Craig. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing, turn it over to the commission for discussion. Commissioner Schlotman?
Yes, I'm just glad that we have Jack Levine and Mark and everybody else in support of a few of these tonight, or else I'd probably get crucified. But anyways, this is another one where it meets the distance separation, and if there's no other comments, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion.
Please do.
Okay, item 58, SUP 74026, a move to approve, subject to staff's conditions.
This motion on the floor, please cast your
And
vote.
a disclosure that I've worked with Bunnyfish Studios in the past. Have nothing to do with this application. We don't have any open contracts.
Great. Please cast your votes. I believe the commissioner wanted to put on a review condition. Is that what I'm hearing?
Correct.
So do we need to recast the vote?
Need to reconsider and revote.
Okay.
Unless it's already a condition. I don't know if it was already a condition.
It's not.
Okay, we'll need to do that, Chairman. Just move to reconsider.
Okay, so we move to reconsider.
So I'll make a motion to reconsider.
Okay. There's a motion on the floor. Sorry about that. Little technical thing on my part. It went fast.
Thank you, no problem.
Commissioner Schlotman, I think we, oh, everyone vote? I don't know. And that motion carries.
Okay. On item number 58, SUP 74026, I would make a motion for approval subject to staff's condition with the added condition of a 6-month administrative review. And I'm not going to let you trick me on this one. So from time of issuance of license?
Mr. Chairman, through you, that's correct, from a 6-month administrative review from the issuance of a business license.
There's a motion on the floor.
And does the applicant agree with that condition?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. Okay, that motion carries.
And Mr. Chairman, that item will go forward and be heard as a part of the City Council agenda on October 17, 2018.
All right, moving on to item number 59.
Thanks, everyone. Good evening.
Have a good evening. 59 SUP 74048, applicant owner Block Enterprises LLC, for possible action request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use at 7705 Siegel Avenue, Ward 2. Staff recommends approval. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental unit that meets all minimum special use permit requirements of Title 1912. Staff is recommending approval. Please note that the correct applicant owner should be listed in the header as Blocker Enterprises LLC and not Block Enterprises LLC. The application and statement of financial interest located in the backup materials does contain the correct information. Please note that there are additional letters of protest and support since publication.
Thank you. Can we get your name and address for the record, please?
Good evening, Chairman and members of the Commission. My name is Kean Block. I'm the owner of 7705 Siegel Avenue. I'm a non-resident applicant. I actually live in St. Albert, Alberta, Canada. My wife and I bought this property about 5 years ago, not as to be a short-term rental, but to be a vacation property for our family. Obviously, the benefits of having a short-term rental for the additional income is what we're seeking here. We selected this property not because of its proximity to the Strip, rather because of its proximity to places like Red Rock Canyon, Mount Charleston, and just the general area. It really fits our lifestyle. We wanted to ensure that if we did rent it out, when we do rent it out, that it attracted like-minded people like us, people who like to take care of their community and people who would maintain the property in our absence. When we first started this back 5 years ago, we did make contact with a property management company to facilitate a 24-hour connection with the applicants. There was somebody that would always be there to take care of the property. As such, we made sure that the property has been maintained, and I'm seeing that it's recommended for approval, and just respectfully request that it be approved.
Thank you, Ian. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this item? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing, turn it over to the Commission. Commissioner Toussaint.
So you said you have somebody that is going to manage the property for you in your absence? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, we do.
And you have them on call right now? You've already hired these people?
Yes, they've already been hired.
Very good. If there are no other issues from my fellow commissioners, I would like to make a motion on number 59, SUP 74048, for approval with a 6-month review and... Steve?
Mr. Chairman, through you, that would be a 6 months administrative review from the date of issuance of a business license.
What he said.
Do you agree with the condition?
Do you agree?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item will move forward to City Council and will be considered by them at their October 17, 2018 council meeting.
Okay, moving on to item number 60, SUP 74056, applicant owner Nancy and Javier Mendez et al. For possible action and request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use with a waiver to allow 490-foot distance separation from a similar use where 660 is required at 1413 South 17th Street, Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental use that is owner-occupied but does not meet the minimum required distance separation of 660 feet from a similar use. There is one other approved short-term residential rental unit within the separation radius, and there have not been any recent code enforcement actions on this site. Due to the required waiver, staff is recommending denial of the use as incompatible. If approved, a condition is added requiring expungement of the special use permit at such time the property is put up for sale. And note there were additional documents of protest submitted after publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you name and address to the record, please?
Good evening, Chairman and Commissioners. Edgar Montalvo is 2210 Tosca Street, number 101. I'm here representing the owner here, Mr. Mendez, and I want to give you a brief story of this house. It was bought. He got the house about in 2014, and it was until 2016 when he decided to move forward to do as a short-term rental. When by that time he contacted me as an architect, and we find out there is several different problems on the property, and we're trying to fix it since then. So he was trying to do it in the right way. Of course, as being his first investment, it was difficult for him. He has some economical issues to trying to do whatever it was needed. And but eventually we got whatever it was possible. We submit to the building department and obtain a permit, and we did all the modifications that we require, including to the removal of one area that was illegally constructed there, which was not like a solar on the back of the house. We totally demolish it and make it some patio cover that it's supposed to be. We bring it back to that condition. So now the property was compliant to it. This effort took him some time, and what happened is then when he applied to for the business license, he couldn't pull it out because we were going through all these issues. Now that he was ready to pull out the license, what happened is that someone else applied before us, and now we're having this problem with the separation setback. The property that we have, I don't know if you can see here on my screen, you will notice that is on Oakey Street. It's in Oakey Street, and we're on the 17th Street. So they are under a more restrictive area, and it's the traffic will be more, it's a higher traffic area. So what I want to show you on these pictures too is what we did on this. This is our property right now. And as you see, it's well-maintained, and we're surrounded but nothing but empty lots. And the property that we have out to the north, that property is a rental property, but it's not a short-term rental. If not, there is no really neighbors living in there. The only neighbors that we have is in front of it. We have some other commercial properties like the community center. And this is what I'm pointing here is the house, and is obtaining the special use permit. So it's really, it's a 490 feet, but it's on a more intense traffic area, and it's not really close. This is a portion of the house and has been demolished on the back of the house. It was before like a solar and part of the house, and it was totally removed, so we can comply to code. As you see, still on those days, the house have a very good condition. For parking, the house has 4 bedrooms, but one of them is going to be fully occupied all the time for the owner he presents, because it's his house. So he will be actually the one who is going to be managing the property, because he's going to be living there all the time. So he's very cautious of who's going to be renting the house to, so he will not have any problem by himself, by being part of those of that period of time. So we have also this driveway that is enclosed, so you can fit at least 4 cars, which will be very comfortably parked there, and everything is within the gate that we have on the property. This is another point of view of the house. This is the other side, so you will see that everything is there. Part of the improvements of the house that he has done is some security cameras, and he's been installing some lights to the back of the alley, so he will have a lighted alley with motion sensors behind the property, so he can have more secured the area. And this is what it is right now. As I was telling you, he removed that illegal portion of the house, and now he's having the patio, and it's supposed to be. This has been through the building department, and it's all built per code. So this is what it looks like right now on the back of the house. So other than that, also he's trying to get those classes and the community college is giving for the the owners of a home rental is either him or his sister, which is also part of the properties on the property, and they both own this property. But it's pretty much, it's unfortunate that he didn't apply on time, but it's all this process has been so young that he couldn't have enough money to have it on time. Some of the work has been done by himself and with his hands. So that's why here we are. So that's how we put this into your consideration.
Thank you, Edgar. Thank you for the presentation. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard, please come up to the podium. I have one person, if you guys could just step off to the side quickly. I need your name, address for the record.
Mike Brown Sestero, 1411 South 9th Street. The home, it's a beautiful home, no doubt about it, and I appreciate he did a lot of the work himself, but we're getting into the density issue now. It's under the 660. You know, my personal feelings, I'd rather it be 1320 instead of 660. So I would ask that you deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the public like to be heard? Seeing no one else from the public, I will turn it over to the commission for discussion. Commissioner DeSalvio, you have a question?
So I'm looking, Mr. Chairman, I guess on the map, it shows that there's two SUPs within the radius, but it shows that those two are proposed special use permits, so they're pending. So is that why this was kicked back for being denied, because of the fact that there's a couple applications that are already in the mix, but yet they haven't been approved, correct?
So, Mr. Chairman, through you, the map was done, you know, ahead of the approval, and one of the items was denied that's showing up on your map. This was denied back in July, and so there's only one approved short-term rental within the radius, and that's the one that's being advertised today.
Okay, so okay, yeah, I don't know if I'm colorblind or what, but both of them are purple. That's why, so this map you're saying was generated prior to where we are today, and that's why it's showing that?
That's correct.
Okay. And, all right, thank you.
So there are two like purple houses that say proposed. You're saying one of them has been denied and one of them has been approved as of today? And that's why we have the waiver request. Okay.
Okay. Because it was confusing to me.
Yep. Commissioner Schlotman?
It was confusing to me as well. However, I think it's a beautiful house, and I think you did a great job with it and put a lot of work into it. But you know, historically in this neighborhood, we hadn't supported a lot of distance waivers, so it's going to be hard for me to go back and support a distance waiver on this. I mean, you're 490 feet where 660 is required. We've turned them down at 610 feet where 660 is required. So, I mean, and looking in the backup, there's about 5 letters of opposition, and then also seen another 9 letters come in since then in our backup. So, and I just got that today. So, for those reasons, I'm going to have to follow staff's recommendation for denial on this particular item and see where it goes.
Would you like to make a motion?
Yes, on Chairman, through you, item number 60, SUP 74056. I move to follow staff's recommendation for denial.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action this evening unless it's appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Item number 62, SUP 74064, applicant Lennon Tile, owner 2H2 LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use at 7609 Advantage Court, Ward 4. Staff recommends approval. Can we get the staff report, please?
Chairman, did we?
Excuse me one second.
Did we miss 61?
Did I miss 61?
Yes.
I apologize. I am, it's a little late in the day. We're going to jump back to number 61. Sorry about that, folks. Item number 61, SUP 74061, applicant owner Dwight Callwhite et al. For possible action to request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use with a waiver to allow 290-foot distance separation from a similar use where 660 feet is required at 1304 East Oakey Boulevard, Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental use that does not meet the minimum required distance separation of 660 feet from similar use. There is one other licensed short-term residential rental unit within the separation radius. Due to the required waiver, staff's recommending denial of the use as incompatible. If approved, a condition is added requiring expungement of the special use permit at such time as the property is put up for sale. And please note there were additional documents of protests and support submitted after publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we get your name and address to the record, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Matthew Seibert, 630 South 4th Street. Moran Brendan, Ben David Moran, here on behalf of the applicant, Dwight Callwhite. This is a great property. I actually have really enjoyed working with the applicant on this one. It's a unique property. It's an older home here in Vegas. And they have they've just approached this the right way from their first meeting in our office. This is an older home in the community, so it didn't have a floor plan that came with it. So I apologize that our drawings may not have been, as professional as some of the others that you've seen. Having said that, this property, the location is so unique. You're next to two major arterials. You have Maryland Parkway, you have Oakey, you have a crisis center that's right there on the corner of Maryland Parkway and Oakey, which is one of their closest neighbors, so there's always going to be a police presence at this neighborhood. The owner of the property, Dwight, who's here with me, is a great guy. He's a business owner here. He's lived here for a few years. This is his first home purchase. He intends to live in the home while it's being used as a short-term rental. He basically wants to create a bed and breakfast, a traditional bed and breakfast, and I think that this property is well suited for that. It's got plenty of room. It's got a great pool. He held an open house. He's reached out to his neighbors. He's garnered a lot of support. I know we reached out to you, Commissioner Schlotman. You missed out on a great party. It was a lot of fun that night. Gorman High School, I apologize, Old Gorman High School is located directly behind him. There's nothing going on there right now. It's just sitting vacant. I met his neighbors at the open house. They seem to be agreeable to the use of the property. And with that, I'd like to introduce the applicant, actually, Dwight. I mean, he is a former Eagle Scout, and I think that he's going to do it right. He took the class on STRs over at CSN. He got 100%. I met his teacher at the open house. And with that, I'd turn it over to Dwight.
Thank you, Matt. Yeah, so Matt did introduce me a bit, but my name is Dwight Callwhite. I've lived in Las Vegas for 4 years. I live at this house at 1304 East Oakey Boulevard, and I'll continue to do so if I'm approved. I'm 36 years old. I'm a college graduate, an Eagle Scout, as he mentioned, a business owner, job creator. I volunteer to help the homeless. I love living in Las Vegas. I love welcoming people to Las Vegas. I love my neighbors, and they all love me. I've been following short-term rental news, and I'm very confident that I have addressed all the potential concerns with regards to this. I have established close personal relationships with both of my adjacent neighbors and those across the street. I have no neighbors behind me because of the school there. The defunct school is completely empty, completely closed down. There's nothing behind me. But I have very close relationships with all my neighbors. It has always been a dream of mine to operate a bed and breakfast. And in pursuit of this dream, I've invested my savings into this house, and it's my first and only house here in Las Vegas. And I'm passionate about hosting business travelers and mature family reunions in this city that I love. I have furnished the house with a focus on risk mitigation. I've installed internet-connected cameras, motion detectors, security lights, sound detectors, smart locks, smart carbon monoxide and smoke detectors. I've also contracted in advance with a 24-hour-a-day security response company. With that said, I don't foresee any issues occurring because I will be living in the house. And I'll be carefully selecting my guests. I'll never be allowing parties or events, and I will maintain a close and friendly relationship with my neighbors. I implore you to give me a chance to achieve my dream as a bed and breakfast owner. And if you do, I promise you I will operate it in a way that has a positive impact on my neighborhood and this wonderful city that I love.
Thank you, Dwight.
I'd like to introduce Jim as well. Jim Barlow is my close friend, and Jim purchased the house along with me. The two of us own the title together.
Yes, so my name is James Barlow. I rent a room at 1409 Bonita Avenue, which is 2 or 3 blocks away from the house that Dwight and I purchased at 1304 Oakey. Again, about myself, I'm a soldier, been in the Army for 24 years so far, looking to retire this year. I've lived in Las Vegas for 10 years, and I've lived in this neighborhood of Mayfair for 3 years. And I also have a business that's business office that's less than a mile away on at 1810 East Sahara Avenue. So I'm familiar with the neighborhood, and this is where I live. Another benefit of us opening this short-term rental is that I will continue to rent the room at 1409 Bonita, and in case Dwight is out of town and there are any issues, I'm just a few houses away, just a few blocks away, and I can resolve any problems that are there, just as an extra safeguard. Also, something else to point out about the property is we do have a building that police use as a crisis center that is just 2 houses down. So there are police cruisers visible from our front driveway, just in case any bad actors should come in. That should intimidate them away. As I said, we've got neighbors on either side of the Oakey property, with Tom and Carmen on one side, Joyce and Penny on the other. We have good relationships with them. And our primary goals for operating an SDR is we want to be good neighbors and fulfill the relationships we've already developed in this neighborhood of Mayfair. And secondly, we want to welcome business travelers and tourists who come in to have an amazing experience in Las Vegas, the city that we both love.
Guys, I don't mean to cut you off, but I'm starting to hear a little redundancy between the presentations, and I want to keep the meeting going, just because it is a long night. Is there anything else specific that we haven't heard that you want to add?
The only other thing I'd just like to add is that I understand the difficult position that the council can be in. Recently watched a 17-minute YouTube comedy video about why Airbnb is terrible, underlined all the economic problems that sometimes bad actors come in. If we were to open up a hotel, we need to be vetted in advance, and then we'd have guests, whereas the Airbnb business model for the past 10 years has been more of people, any Tom, Dick, and Harry can open it up, and then it's after bad actors cause problems, then they get negative reviews. And we just want to state that we are going to do this by the book. I think that Dwight and I are the exact people that this law was written for, and we ask you to give us a chance, and we're going to make the city of Las Vegas proud.
Thank you very much. Okay, this was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this item? See one person that would like to be heard.
Mike Brown-Sestero, 1411 South 9th Street. Through you, Chairman Cherry, I'd like to thank Mr. Barlow first for his service to our country in the Army. Secondly, I do concur with him. One of the problems with Airbnb is that the issues that come out of Airbnb only become known after they've happened. So much to their preparation, the security cameras and the security service and having the police right across the street, that only comes into play once an issue has happened. They don't help prevent issues necessarily. And in this case, since we're at way under the distance separation in any case, less than half, I believe, is where we're at, I would ask that you deny this application.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else from the public like to be heard? There's 3 microphones. Please come on up. Need your name and address for the record, if you're for or against it, and why.
Janine, 1332 East Oakey Boulevard. I'm for them getting their license. I live just a few houses down, and I know Dwight, he's a really good guy. I do own my home, so I approve.
Thank you, Janine. Can I get your name and address to the record, please?
Charles Moy, 1409 Bonita. I've been watching Dwight put together this project. I live with Jim. I'm intimate to understanding what these guys are doing and how hard they work for it. I approve of this. I speak with all my neighbors and have a good feeling of what the neighborhood feels about this short-term rental, and I'd like to give my vote of confidence in what they can do, and give these guys a chance to show what they can do in a 6-month trial, and to see what these guys can do. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Charles. All right, seeing no one else from the public, I'm going to turn it over to the commission for discussion. Commissioner Toussaint.
Well, I know this area quite well. I actually went to Mayfair School, and I think you do a great job. I just have a problem with the distance separation. I've always said that I wouldn't vote for anything that wasn't 660 feet away, and I'm going to do that tonight. And I'm sorry that I'm not going to be able to vote in favor of your application, because I think you do a great job. But the rule is 660, and I think I have to follow that.
And if I could speak to that, Commissioner,
Sure.
because that's an excellent point, and that's something that, Dwight and Jim have really, there's no stone unturned in Las Vegas with these two in terms of everything they've done and their due diligence to get this property ready. And let's remember, this is going to be an owner-occupied STR. With that said, the home that was 290 feet away, we're aware of which property that is. We've been driving by that property. The sign's out of the front of the home. We've looked on short-term websites. We've looked on the property owner's own website where they list they have several properties. That particular home is no longer listed for a short-term rental. It's only available for 31 days or more. So we're not sure if they abandoned the use or what was going on. Maybe staff could speak to that. But from our investigations, and we've been keeping an eye on that home, believe me, there's no longer any short-term rental use that we can see, and if there is, their sign's gone. I mean, it's the same car in the driveway every day. So.
Okay, we'll turn it back over to the commission. Commissioner Schlaven.
Okay, I'll go ahead and say I think business licensing's looking it up, but I'm sure business licensing putting on there, they do have a license, and regardless of it, if they're actually using it or not, I mean, one idea is to go knock on their door and see if you can get them to reverse their license and then get your license. And I do appreciate your service and everything that you are doing for the community. I think you would be good stewards of the property. But then again, we're not necessarily just judging people based on their character. We're having to, I mean, we're looking at 290 feet, and that's a far distance, a far cry from 660. So, as in the past, I personally can't support these, particularly, I mean, in the neighborhoods around Marycrest and John S. Park and so on and so forth. I have in other areas, like last month, in multifamily, but not in this location. So if there's no other comments on item number 61,
She already had a motion pending.
Did...
I thought Commissioner Toussaint had a motion pending, but maybe not. Okay.
Business licensing have a comment?
Mr. Chairman, for the record, they do have an active license, and that's at 1328 St. Jude Circle.
That is a property, yes.
Okay. Well, I'm going to make a motion. We'll see where it goes. And if it gets denied, you can maybe go see if you can pick up their license. On, Mr. Chairman, item 61, SUP 74061, I would move to follow staff's recommendation for denial based on the distance separation.
So motion on the floor, please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you.
Moving on to item number 62, SUP 74064, applicant Lennon Tile, owner 2H2 LLC. This is the one I skipped last time. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use at 7609 Advantage Court, Ward 4. Staff recommends approval. If we get the staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental unit that meets all minimum special use permit requirements of Title 1912. Staff is recommending approval. Please note there are additional letters of protest since publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Dr. Lennon Tyler. My address is 7609 Advantage Court, 89129.
Thank you. Could you tell us about your application?
Yes, so I am applying for a special use permit. Again, a little bit about myself. I am UNLV alumni, so the city is very dear to my heart. After graduating from UNLV, I attended the doctorate program. I am an early career psychologist and a licensed mental health provider in the state of Nevada and the city of Las Vegas. I work full-time. But while I was doing my dissertation, I began an Airbnb before your laws were in place, and I ran it very successfully. I have over 300 positive reviews. You guys have that. It's been reported. I have photos. I have proof of any time I do not host parties. Anytime there was ever an issue, I dismissed the people from the property immediately. We are a family, and we do not allow that sort of behavior. Any kind of events, even bridal events or baby showers, any of that, we're always denied. I only host families or couples. So again, I have over a year and a half to 2 years experience running an Airbnb successfully. I have positive reviews with all of them. I have a doctorate degree in clinical psychology and human behavior, and I am licensed with Medicaid, licensed with the Board of Drug and Alcohol, if that helps, given the requirements and understanding of what running an Airbnb is. And this is my partner. We have a 16-year-old son together, and he's born and raised in Hawaii. And so I did my doctorate program in Hawaii. And while we were raising our son, we kind of, unofficially ran Airbnb out there just for so many friends and families coming to visit us and hosting. So what we bring back here is the aloha spirit, and you can see that through our Airbnb reviews, in that we bring a little aloha to the flavor of Las Vegas. And did you want to say anything? Okay.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard, please come to the podium. Need your name and address for the record. If you're for or against, and the reason why.
Good evening. My name is Evelyn Soriano, and I live in 7617 Advantage Court, like 2 doors away from their proposal as a short-term rental. They just bought this house recently. I've lived in this neighborhood for 23 years, since it was built in 1995, and I'd like to oppose for this proposal. I knocked at the doors of my neighbors yesterday, and 99% of them are opposed. I don't know how their votation, like the paper that we received, they said that they submitted it. I don't know. Okay. So how does it come into play, into your approval or denial?
We get notification of if people submit it, if they're opposed or for it through the mail, if they mailed the postcard back. So
I'm sorry, I'm a little
we
bit...
have it in our backup if they're for or against it, if they mailed it back to us.
Okay, and then you have the council meeting coming also?
This may go on to city council depending if it's approved or denied.
Oh, okay.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you, Evelyn. Sorry, was not, yeah, Evelyn. Seeing no one else from the public, I'll close the public hearing. If you'd like to come back up, I'm going to turn it over to the commission for discussion. Commissioner Toussaint.
May I respond?
Sure. I'll let you
Thank
respond.
you. So my response in the fact that we just bought the house I was referring to before when we were running the Airbnb is owned by him. That had, it has an HOA, and like I said, we were doing this before we understood what the rules were and before these rules were even in place. So we met with the city planning office, and we worked together in finding a community that did not have an HOA that would allow this. We live in the Northwest and have lived there for quite some time now. And so in choosing this location, this was one of the only locations that we could find that did not have an HOA, and that was 660 feet away from any other existing Airbnb and within the city of Las Vegas limits. The stipulations are very difficult, and that's the reason for it. And I, of course, heard what she has to say, and we will do everything that we can to be respectful to our neighbors.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank
I
you.
will now turn it over to the commission for discussion. Commissioner Tucson.
Dr. Tyler, do you have a property manager, or is he going to be managing the property? Who's going to be managing this property when you're renting it out?
We have an application out. We're currently interviewing for a property manager, but we don't want to hire one until we know that we are approved.
And do you have, is there a pool in the backyard?
No.
There is no pool in the backyard?
No, we had a pool at the other
At the other
Airbnb, but
house.
for this one, we do not have a pool.
And do you have cameras and
We
things
do.
like-
We
what all
have-
do you have on the property?
Yes, we have cameras installed, and on every single bedroom, we have an electronic keypad, so the guests may lock their belongings in and feel comfortable about coming into the common areas. And we have keypads, keyless entry for the door, and security cameras, everything that is in the stipulations of the carbon monoxide detectors, the fire detectors, even a ladder to get out from upstairs if there's a fire and they can't use the exits. We've complied with all safety measures.
And how far away do you live from this property?
1 mile?
1 mile?
1.5 miles. We bought it as close as we could find to our own home.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Commissioner?
Does anybody else have anything to say?
No.
Okay, well, I'd like to make a motion for approval for SUP 74064.
And the motion was for what?
Oh, 6-month review and,
Mr. Chairman, through you, administrative review, 6 months from the issuance of a business license.
what he said.
All right, there's a motion on the floor.
Yes, I do. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Commissioner. Sorry about that.
Sorry.
That motion carries.
Is that it?
That item is final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Item number 63, SDR 73832, applicant Somerset Academy Sky Point Campus, owner Boyer Sky Point Academy LLC, for possible action request for major amendment of approved site development plan review for the addition of 4 proposed 60-foot tall field lights for a private school at 7078 Sky Point Drive. Staff recommends approval. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to add lighting to an existing high school athletic field. A condition of approval of the original site development plan review, SDR 45943, prohibited lighting of the field. However, review of condition ROC 74037 was heard by the City Council on 9/5/18 to delete the condition and was approved. The field is surrounded on 3 sides by the 2-story school building, which will provide shielding for the surrounding adjacent residential areas. Staff is recommending approval of the request as it is appropriate for the site and will be compatible with the surrounding area. Please note that there are additional letters of protest and support since publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record and a quick minute why we should follow staff's recommendation for approval?
Yes, my name's Kip Barton with Ethos 3 Architecture, 8985 Southeastern Avenue, Suite 220, here on behalf of the applicant. As staff said, we're asking for field lighting for an existing high school, or K through 12 school, bounded by 3 sides and on 1 side by a road. We appreciate staff's recommendation for approval, and we would ask the same.
Thank you, Kip. Thank you for being brief. This is notice of public hearing. Anyone like to be heard on this, please come up to the podium. Give me your name and address for the record, please. I see 2 people, 1 person, 2 people coming up. Need your name and address to the record, sir, please? Before.
Good evening. My name is Scott Densmore. I live at 7101 Eyebright Street, just adjacent to behind this property. So this is the second time I've been here to speak about the school. I was here in the initial construction phase. My background is I'm currently a construction superintendent. I'm currently working on a 5-story building, so I'm very aware of how tall 60 feet is. I live, again, just behind the school. I'm opposed to this because of the height of the lights that they're asking for. I think 60 feet for a high school adjacent to this neighborhood is a little excessive. I'm also concerned about the situation that happened the last time I was here in the beginning of the phase of this, where they had agreed to provide residential shielding for the parking lot lights that didn't happen, and also to provide a landscape buffer to the adjacent residential area, and that never really happened. So that's my complaint, and I hope you vote against it.
Thank you for your comments. Seeing no one else, I'll close the public hearing. Kip, if you'd like to come back up, if you'd like any comments. Okay, we will turn it over to the commission for discussion. Commissioner DeSalvio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I haven't received not one complaint, and I went and looked at this site twice now, and I know that the distance between where this is and where any adjacent property is a pretty good click away. My only question I have for you, because I haven't been able to talk to the applicant in any way, I just kind of had to go check it out myself. The lights that you're going to put on, that you're proposing to put on, are they shielded to the point to where they're directional?
It is my understanding that they are shielded. There is a photometric glare chart here that shows actually how much glare will go out into the neighborhood, and it cuts off before it gets to any residential homes. So.
And that was really my only main concern, because you are like kind of landlocked where you're putting it in the center there. I mean, as long as it's shielding, there's no light pollution onto any of the neighbors, I stand in support of this application.
Commissioner, if that's not already a condition, you may want to add that condition with regard to the type of lighting that you were recommending.
Okay, so if you're, acceptable to the conditions, to make sure that that lighting is shielded to the point where it will not intrude into the backyards of the existing properties, I can stand in support.
Yes. Yes, definitely.
Would you like to make a motion, Commissioner?
With that said, with the agreement, I would entertain a motion on item number 63, SDR 73832, for a motion for approval.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
On item number 64, I am going to have to abstain. I'm working on a project that is very close to this, and more to that, I have two friends that are the applicants, and I see an architect as well that I've worked with in the past that I consider a friend as well, so I will be abstaining from this item.
And, Mr. Chairman, I'll be abstaining on this item as well, considering that I currently have 2 open contracts with the property owner of this property, and so my business has not been concluded, so I'm going to turn it over to our next senior commissioner, Commissioner Toussaint.
Hi, number 64, SDR 74032, Site Development Plan and Public Hearing.
Just need one of you gentlemen to actually just stay for the quorum purposes. They won't vote, but they'll just need to be here
they have to
present.
stay?
Thank you.
Okay. Applicant Z Life at 1025 Main Street, LLC, owner 1025 Main Street, LLC. Possible action on a request for a site development plan for proposed 38,656 square foot, 4-story, 76-unit hotel development with waivers of downtown Las Vegas overlay setback, streetscape, architectural design, parking lot screening, and interior parking lot landscaping standards to allow 22 parking spaces where 76 parking spaces are required on 0.8 acres on the north side of Coolidge Avenue between Main and First Street. This is Ward 3. Staff, do we have anything?
Commissioner, the applicant is proposing to construct a new hotel. The submitted plans indicate that several waivers of the interim downtown Las Vegas development standards will be required, including architectural design standards, building placement and build-to requirements, streetscape requirements, parking lot screening, landscape requirements, and parking. Staff does not support the various waivers being requested. Submitted plans do not depict the required dedication of right-of-way along Main Street as required by the Department of Public Works. In addition, there's a curb cutout depicted on Coolidge that may not be able to be accommodated within the city's Coolidge Avenue Main to 4th Street project. Staff is recommending denial of the project based on these factors. Please note that there are additional letters of protest and support since publication.
Okay, I'll turn this over to the applicant.
Greetings and good evening. Not Mr. Chair, but the rest of the commissioners. I'm here tonight. My name is Michael Cornthwaite, 111 Las Vegas Boulevard South. I'm here tonight with the unique privilege of speaking on behalf of the applicant, Z Life at 1025 Main Street, LLC, as well as the ownership of the property and several of the adjacent properties. We're here tonight applying also for an STR, if you will, but in this case, it's called a hotel. And I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce you to this beautiful 4-star, 4-story, 76-room boutique lifestyle hotel project.
That's pretty.
Unlike any that have been seen in Las Vegas and far from any other that's currently in the downtown area. Let me start out by saying that I'm a long-time downtown resident, business owner, property owner, and supporter of downtown. I'm here in support of this item not because I represent the property owner or because that I have become a member of this development team over the last 9 months. I'm here because I believe the project, and the positive impact it will have on the immediate area. For the last 18 months, my wife and myself have worked with this property owner and have had the privilege of interacting regularly with the 47 different tenants who occupy the Arts Factory, Art Square, First and Main, Mission Linen, and Union House properties. Without going into too much detail, I can say without hesitation that the majority of these tenants, although passionate and talented, struggle to pay their rent every month. Although close in proximity to the New Kids and the New Energy on Main Street, that's been growing just south of Charleston, this area remains challenging 29 days out of the month. And with this project and those that will inevitably follow, we plan to change that. It goes without saying that a project of this size and cost is complicated, it's often difficult to build, but with the assistance of the city staff, this Planning Commission and the Council will continue to work through all of the remaining details and break ground before the end of the year. We know that this will not only increase traffic and bring more people with disposable income that support specifically arts and culture, but also will stimulate more excitement and business in the area. Thank you for your time tonight. I humbly ask for your support and to help us keep our momentum moving in a positive direction. I'd like to introduce Brett Robillard, who is the architect from Atlas Architecture, who will walk you through the plan and answer questions related specifically to the site. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael. Thank you, everyone, for your time. I know it's late. I'll keep the comments brief so we can have some time to discuss some of the issues that have been raised recently. So I just want to say briefly, as an architect, I'm given data by clients to develop economic solutions for their property. My responsibility is also to create a soul for the project. My office is half a block away. I've been there for 3 years in the Arts District. I believe in that community. I've been in Las Vegas for almost 11 years. And what I try to do is create projects that embody the soul of not only who we are, but where we're going. And we could have filled the site completely with a building, but the strategy was to hold a street edge along Main Street, which I think the city has obviously made a big investment in, and then to really open up the project. I'll come over here so I can talk to it a bit. to the east side, where we're creating what is effectively a park that will have a public and private interface. So from a programmatic standpoint, I think we're looking at a project that brings a completely different type of programming to this immediate area and will help benefit all the other development that's going on in the Arts District at large. From a materials standpoint, you could see in these renderings we're drawing from the locale of not only the desert that we're in, but also creating an artistic environment, and I'll pull off some of these here, where there are opportunities to create canvases, if you will, for local artists to really embellish the building and create, I think, a project that is not only economically viable, which is super important. We're looking at a vacant site. It's been vacant for a long time, but also one that we can be proud of, and one that draws people not only from out of town to stay at the hotel, but also engages the locals around the community to come down and start to really bolster the revitalization that's happening in the Arts District. Over the last week or so, we were made aware of some comments that have been brought to your attention regarding some setbacks. We feel that we've got, I think, some solutions that really address those proactively, and we seek your approval, knowing that we can refine this to become the great project that we feel it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
And for the record, my address is 1017 South First Street.
Thank you. I'm going to open this up to a public hearing. Would anybody like to comment on this issue? Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment and give the applicant another chance to address us.
Can we zoom in just a little bit? We wanted to show you a model that we built.
No, there isn't.
A couple of things. Sorry, I'm switching back. Can you guys hear me?
Almost.
Can you hear me now? Okay, there we go. In terms of the building, you can see in the model, one of the attributes is that there's an incredible amount of greenery that's being brought to the site. It's on the east side of the building, so will enhance, it'll have additional shade. There's a cafe that's located on the southeast corner. And I think it's just the lighting of the building also will be quite interesting. This model doesn't quite illustrate that, but each room would have a color-changing LED that the guests can control, so it would really be a mosaic of users night to night, which I think gives it a little bit of that Las Vegas flair. As you can see, even on this building, we have that going on too. So,
Thank you.
yep.
I'm going to open this up to the commission.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner DeSalvio.
Thank you. I think it's a beautiful project. I really do. I think it'll bring and definitely revitalize and attract more business to downtown just because of that one project. That I could say. Not to mention all the work that the city's done with Las Vegas Paving and everything up and down that street to turn it into something. It's definitely headed in the right direction. The only problem that I see is we're less than 1/3 on the parking, and then we're putting the burden on the city. And look, I'm not trying to tell you how to redraw your stuff, but is it possible to do some underground parking so you could still maintain the 76 units that you want, but at least get a little bit closer to the 76 spots that would be required? Because, yeah, I understand some people move downtown, might not have a car, and might use the bikes or Uber. I get all that, but I think we're now taking that burden of your vision and dumping that onto the city. I'm fine with I'm fine with everything. Trust me, don't get me wrong. Yeah. I'm just really concerned about the limited amount of parking. 22 when you have 76, man, that's a big number. So I'm just wondering is there a possibility where you can do at least maybe a couple floors or at least a floor of parking, maybe below grade, where people would pull down into, and then you'd still have the aesthetic view of what you've already presented. I mean, that would only be my recommendation. Like I said, I love it. I think it's great, but I'm just worried about the parking part.
No, I mean, we appreciate those comments. I think that there's so many things at work here. I mean, this is a hotel project where the majority of the visitors will come via taxi, via Uber, et cetera, et cetera. But we also have, in this case, the benefit of a property owner who owns many of the adjacent properties. So it's constantly a point of contention for me. I've been in business downtown for a long time. We talk about it constantly. We're seeing trends away from, the old model of everyone driving around in their own car. I live a mile away and I take Uber myself anytime I'm going to have a drink. So if I go over to the neighborhood, I don't drive. So I think to answer your question is yes, we're already considering a short-term and a longer-term solution. The first being that we happen to have ownership on the side of vacant areas, including the big parking lot, which is currently being used by Mission Linen, which is just kitty corner from this project. So as things change over time and as they progress, I think we'll need fewer parking spaces, but I acknowledge that that's a concern. I think it's a concern for everybody, and we're aware of it and working on it.
No, I think this is a beautiful project. I really do. Commissioner DeSalvio, would you like to make a motion?
Yeah, I'm just curious about, that's a tall lady in that window right there.
Which one, though?
That's about a 10-foot gap. She's pretty tall. Okay.
We can rescale them, don't we?
Okay, let's go with item number 64, SDR 74032, with a motion for approval.
Please post. Please vote. Now post.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good night, and thanks for your service.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair, for that item, that item will go forward to City Council and be heard as a part of their October 17th, 2018 City Council meeting.
Okay, thanks for picking up there, help that, and helping. Item number 65, SDR 74084, applicant Neon Museum, owner City of Las Vegas, for possible action request for a site development plan review for proposed structure with a waiver to allow a height of 93 feet where 35 feet is the maximum height allowed at 770 North Las Vegas Boulevard, Ward 5. Staff recommends denial. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant proposes to place a 93-foot tall former sign for outdoor display within the Boneyard area in the Neon Museum. The structure will be treated as an exhibit versus as a sign, as it does not advertise any use on the subject property. However, the structure is not appropriate or compatible with the adjacent area due to the visual nuisance it will create for the surrounding residential neighbors. Due to the excessive size and illumination effects, staff recommends denial of the request. Please note there are additional documents of protest and support submitted after publication, and note that if approved, staff wishes to amend condition number 2 to reflect a date stamp for the site plan and elevations of 7/30/18. Thank you.
Thank you. And as you walked up here, I apologize. I will have to abstain from this. My company contracts with a company that contracts with YESCO, and you directly, we see you out there, so I will be abstaining from this application.
Okay.
Commissioner Slotman.
Good evening.
Good evening. For the record, Rob McCoy, Chief Executive Officer of the Neon Museum, 770 Las Vegas Boulevard North. I'm joined this evening by our partner in this project, YESCO. In fact, we wouldn't even be here this evening without YESCO. They saved this sign a year ago from destruction. It was probably within about 48 hours it would have been destroyed. I want to give you just a brief update of where we're at once the sign was saved. We went into major fundraising mode. We raised $193,000 for more than 800 individuals. That's from 41 states, plus the District of Columbia and 12 countries outside of the United States. It's an important project for us. The guitar will be located smack dab in the middle of the boneyard within the walls of the museum. It's a beautiful project. Can you see it here? There we go. This is it, actually placed where it will be, right next to the Jerry's sign, which is currently in place at the museum. I think this is a significant acquisition by the Neon Museum. We are saving Las Vegas history, and I think it's going to be a wonderful addition to downtown Las Vegas. With that, I would ask respectfully for a waiver.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone wanting to be heard, please come down. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing, turn this over to the Planning Commission, starting with Commissioner Williams.
Thank you, Chair. I've actually gone over to the Neon Museum and taken a look at the area that the sign is going to be placed in, and it is large. However, it's going to face south and north, which actually would act as a beacon to an otherwise dormant neighborhood. I don't think that the lighting is going to be overbearing. I drove over there again on Sunday and went down past 9th Street in that area, and most of those houses are facing east. So in looking at this, it brings back memories of when Bob Stupak wanted to make the Stratosphere so tall, and there was such an uproar and protest about that. But now the Stratosphere is one of the most recognized landmarks in Las Vegas, and I think that the Hard Rock sign, this guitar could do likewise for downtown Las Vegas. It's unique to Las Vegas, and it'll bring tourists downtown. Most of the tourists stay on the Strip, but this will bring them in, and this is what we want. And if there's no other conversation on it, I move to approve.
Thank you. And that's subject to the modified or amended condition number 2 as read into the record by the Planning Department?
Yes.
And the applicant's fine with amended condition number 2? Okay. Motion's on the floor.
You gotta say yes. It's a yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
He
Are we
nodded
ready?
his head.
Okay.
It's in a minute.
And that motion carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair, that item is final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to item number 66, SDR 74085, applicant owner ProView Series 29 LLC for possible action on the request for site development plan review for proposed 320 square foot restaurant with a drive-through with waivers to allow a portion of the landscape buffer adjacent to the south property line to be 6 feet wide and a portion of the landscape buffer adjacent to the west property line to be 10 feet wide where 15 is required, and to not orient the building to the corner where such is required at 101 North Decatur Boulevard, Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to construct a restaurant with a drive-through and projection screen on a vacant corner lot. The drive-through area and projection screen will be adequately screened from existing residential development to the west. The proposed development conforms to residential adjacency standards, and there is sufficient parking to accommodate the use. Waivers of perimeter landscaping and building placement are requested, which are minor in nature. Staff therefore recommends approval subject to conditions. Please note there are additional documents of protest and support submitted after publication.
Thank you. Can we get your name and address for the record, please?
Jim Navin, Perlman Architects, 450 Fremont Street, Suite 233. To keep it short, this is the applicant would like to take this long vacant lot and using a retro theme of a drive-in and a drive-in within a drive-in. So with that, I'll let him, the best salesman in the world, explain it to you.
I know it's late, and I really appreciate the service. I've watched everything. John Basso, 450 Fremont Street, that's my work address. I'm a longtime downtown merchant. I have an opportunity to take a deserted parcel, which is currently kind of an eyesore, and I don't mean to say that, but we have an opportunity to make something beautiful by reintroducing a classic retro drive-in movie theater, but in a boutique sense. It's something that I grew up with, and my children don't have the opportunity to. And I'd love to see a drive-in movie theater come back. It's only got 15 stalls. It's not intrusive to the neighborhood. And that lot has sat there since the 1980s, and no one's doing anything with it. And I just want to have the opportunity to sell some popcorn, sell some hamburgers, and have some science fiction drive-in movie. So it's very late, and if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them, but it's enough said.
Thank you, John. This is noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard? Seeing no one, will close the public hearing. Turn over to the commission. I will just start off by saying it's a very clever idea, and I think it's, if approved, it's going to do very well. Commissioner Toussaint?
I love the idea. I mean, I grew up here in Las Vegas. We went to drive-in theaters all the time. When my kids were little, we always went to the drive-in, but give them a bath, put them in their jammies, and stick them in the back of the car. So I love this project. I think it's a novel project. I just think it's fabulous.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Would you like to make a motion, Commissioner?
I make a motion to approve.
Oh, excuse me. Commissioner DeSalvio.
I just got just 2 questions. Is there certain business hours?
No, currently we're planning on 11 a.m. to midnight.
Okay, and second, for the sound for this theater? Does it go through-
Entirely quiet. It's low-power FM broadcast.
So it goes through the person's
Absolutely.
vehicle?
You could only hear it in your own car. I guess technically if you had a convertible and were trying to turn it up loud, somebody could, but that's,
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Commissioner Toussaint?
Motion to approve SDR 74085.
It's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item will move forward to City Council for their consideration at the October 17th, 2018 City Council meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners?
Moving on, pardon?
Thank you.
Oh, moving on to item number 68, citizens' participation. Public comment through this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission. No subject may be acted upon by the Planning Commission unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium, give your name for the record, the amount of discussion of any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. Can we get your name and your address for the record, Linda?
Linda Raphael, 150 Las Vegas Boulevard North. A comment that a gentleman made previously that...
Could you pull the microphone a little closer to you, Linda?
A comment that a gentleman made previously about what happens in the short-term rentals is reported after the events occur. It happened to one of my own family members where she rented to somebody her non-smoking unit. They smoked marijuana. They stole from her. They wouldn't leave the unit. And this was a 5-star renter that she rented to. I also wanted to say that approximately half of Mr. Siebert's clients that he is representing at the Ogden are continuing to operate short-term rentals illegally. And you can just contact Anthony Craig, and he'll tell you his efforts about this as he's trying to stop this activity at the Ogden. And I also wanted to say a lot of it is numbers. If 6 persons are in one unit each day, the one unit could generate nearly 2,200 people in our building. If 5% of the building is used for short-term rentals, this could generate 33,000 people in our minimally secured home. And pretty much anybody can rent through Airbnb. I also don't know why any ordinance that's being considered with less than a 660-foot distance rule would be considered just because I live in a high-rise. I mean, that just screams discrimination to me. And the other night, a news channel reported that approximately 22 million people are in our residence area each year. We are essentially locked down for the Life is Beautiful Festival this year, but we don't have that kind of security on a daily basis or during the multiple and frequent events we have in the area. I would like the Planning Commission to talk with City Council members about this great concern and determine if a ban of short-term rentals would be considered in the Fremont East District if anything catastrophic happens to us as residents at the Ogden because of short-term rental like it almost did last year. I think we would feel shorted by the people that represent us.
Thank you, Linda. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. Good night.
Have a good night. Our meeting is adjourned. Thank you.